hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny
Learning Curve, everyone, by the multi-talented, as I say often, Brian Drow, D-R-O-W. His website is in the description. Please check it out. Hello, everyone. Welcome to AHNCL Hat No Cattle. I am Hat, your host. I see the chat is well populated already. I'm really glad you all are here. I can't even begin to name everyone who's stopped by so far. Of course, Laura, wonderful to see you. So thank you. Real quickly about the dental thing. I had a crown explode last night while I was brushing my teeth. It turns out it was under a lot of stress from a tooth that had been pushing into it, and it just went kablooey. So I went in to get it fixed, and it turns out it's not just a crown, it's part of a 4-tooth bridge. So I have to have the entire bridge replaced. Luckily, I'll get it before Christmas. So God bless us all. No drugs were required. I basically don't have any nerves left in my mouth. They're all root canals, so no problem there. Drill away. Turn up the monitor here so I can Hearing myself through my headphones. There we go. Oh yeah, I just had some chicken and dumpling soup for lunch. No time for the grilled cheese though. I had to really rush things. But anyway, here we are, chapter 4. One last thing before we get going, because David's here and we had this chat yesterday. David, I was completely backwards about the setup of the cockpit for the Heinkel 111. I don't know how I got it so wrong, and I'm really, really sorry I put out such drivel about that aircraft. To correct things, the cockpit, the nose was in fact skewed to the right, but that was so the bombardier, who was laying centerline, would have a full view of the forward motion, or the forward view of the aircraft. And he would be on the center line as he dropped his bombs. The pilot was to the left of him, the co-pilot was to the right, and the nose curved around in front of the pilot. He did not have a direct view out the nose. And so what was happening was the pilot's eyes kept drifting towards the center of the cockpit, where the nose was not symmetrical, but was the part that was pointing straight forward. And he would go off course because he kept letting the plane drift to the right. That's why they put that wire in front there. It wasn't for the bombardier, it was for the pilot to keep his course. So please accept my great forgiveness, or plea for forgiveness. I will do my best to put that correction in the comments box. I'll pin it for yesterday's video, so anyone who stumbles across it will be able to find my mea culpa. All right. Thank you, David. I appreciate the absolution. Enough of that. Enough preamble. Let's get to Chapter 4 of the FISA report. Real quickly, though, again, let me introduce the Rogues Gallery. At the top left, we have Carter Page, the man who is the subject of all of these FISA warrants, these illegal and completely unhinged, immoral, FISA warrants. Below him is the progenitor of all of this, the guy who ruined the FBI for decades, James Comey, the super patriot. And here is the man of the hour at the very bottom there, Michael Horowitz, who is the Inspector General for the Department of Justice, or IG DOJ. And he is the one who brought this report together along with his staff. So we have him to thank for all these revelations. David, screw up. Get a government job and screw up, and by God, you will be in the Rogues Gallery. I promise you. I promise you. All right, getting into it. Chapter 4. The FBI's receipt and evaluation of information from Christopher Steele prior to the first FISA application. In this chapter, we describe the FBI's relationship with Christopher Steele, who furnished information that was used in the Carter Page FISA applications. Steele is referred to in those applications, as Source 1. Steele is a former intelligence officer, redacted. I'm sure that says who was a spy in Russia before he was found out, and then became head of the Russia desk for several years, who, following his retirement, opened a consulting firm and furnished information to the FBI beginning in 2010, primarily on matters concerning organized crime and corruption in Russia and Eastern Europe. In 2013, the FBI prepared paperwork to enable it to open Steele as an FBI CHS, footnote 200. As we describe below, Steele contends that he was never a CHS for the FBI, but rather that his consulting firm had a contractual relationship with the FBI. Continuing. We examine the considerations that led the FBI to conclude that Steele was a reliable CHS before submitting the first FISA application. According to FBI personnel we interviewed, these considerations included Steele's past record of furnishing information to the FBI, recommendations from persons familiar with his work, Steele's extensive experience with matters involving Russia, and the assessment by Steele's FBI handling agent. We also examined Steele's development of reporting concerning the 2016 U.S. elections, his initial production of that information to the FBI's early efforts to assess the reporting, and Steele's contacts with the media prior to the first FISA application. Section 1, Subsection A. Introducing to Handling Agent 1 and Early Assistance. Steele is a former intelligence officer of MI6 and was head of the Russia desk, screw your redactions, who, following his retirement, was enrolled by the FBI as a CHS, furnishing information to the FBI primarily on matters concerning organized crime and corruption in Russia and Eastern Europe. Steele told the OIG that during his service as an intelligence officer in Russia and on MI6 Russia's desk, he developed a particular expertise on Russia and was stationed for a period in Moscow. Steele stated that after he stopped working for MI6, again, screw your redactions, he formed a consulting firm specializing in corporate intelligence and investigative services. Steele's introduction in 2010 to the FBI agent, who later became Steele's primary handling agent 1, was facilitated by Department Attorney Bruce Orr, who was then chief of the Organized Crime and Racketeering Section in the department's Criminal Division in Washington, D.C. Orr told the OIG that he first met Steele in 2007 when he attended a meeting hosted by a foreign government during which Steele addressed the threat posed by Russian organized crime. Orr said that after his first meeting with Steele, he probably met with him less than once a year. And after Steele opened his consulting firm, Orbis Business Intelligence, he furnished Orr with reports produced by Orbis for its commercial clients that he thought may be of interest to the U.S. government. So here is Steele shopping around work, quite possibly confidential work, that he's done for clients to the U.S. government. If he's shopping it to the U.S. government, who's to say he's not shopping it around to other, at least of the Five Eyes intelligence agencies that he could be associated with? It'd be interesting if that ever comes out. Let's see. Continuing. Orr said that he eventually put Steele in contact with Handling Agent 1, with whom Orr had previously worked. Handling Agent 1 told the OIG that he first met Steele in the spring of 2010 during a trip abroad with Orr. Footnote 201. Steele told us that he believed he met Handling Agent 1 and Orr together at a conference in Europe before he left government service. Handling Agent 1 stated that his first meeting with Steele did not occur at a conference. Continuing. He, meaning Orr, recalled that prior to the meeting, Orr described Steele's background, including his work as an intelligence officer. I'm sorry, that's Handling Agent 1 who's speaking. Excuse me. Including his work as an intelligence officer, speaking of Steele, assignment to Moscow, and Russian expertise. Based on his past experiences working with Orr, Handling Agent 1 said he respected Orr's judgment and had no reason to doubt his representations about Steele. Handling Agent 1 told us that Steele had relationships with reputable clients and that this fact bolstered Handling Agent 1's view of Steele's credibility. He also said that he had met with some of Steele's clients and knew of others, and that a representative of one of Steele's clients informed him that Steele, quote, was solid and that his reporting was very interesting and good, close quote. Handling Agent 1 stated, however, that with the exception of Steele's work for Fusion GPS, a Washington, D.C. investigative firm, he did not request information from Steele about his firm's clients. Footnote 202. Handling Agent 1 said he expected Steele to alert him if any of the clients were, quote, bad actors, unquote, such as organized crime figures or others that would be of concern to the FBI. Handling Agent 1 stated that Steele never provided any such notification to him. Continuing. Handling Agent 1 said he came away from his first meeting with Steele favorably impressed. Handling Agent 1 told the OIG that Steele was very professional and knowledgeable and, quote, clearly an expert on Russia, close quote, including the activities of Russian oligarchs and Russian criminal networks. Handling Agent 1 told the OIG that although he was interested in the information from Steele, as of 2010 he was not yet prepared to enter into a formal CHS relationship with Steele. Handling Agent 1 explained that it is administratively burdensome to open a CHS who resides overseas, and that prior to 2013 he was not receiving a quote-unquote steady stream of information from Steele. Handling Agent 1 said that following their initial meeting, Steele would provide information only every couple of months, and that he met with him only infrequently, such as when Steele visited the United States. Steele was not compensated by the FBI during this period. Steele told us that this information originated from his work performed for Orbis private clients. Again, more than likely confidential work. That right there I'm assuming, all right, I am assuming that Steele was double dipping with this information, at least double dipping. But if I'm correct, then that should have been a huge red flag to the FBI that this guy was not trustworthy. But again, I am assuming. Continuing. Handling Agent 1 stated that Handling Agent 1 stated that in the summer of 2010, Steele introduced him to a contact who had allegedly obtained information about corruption in the International Federation of Association Football, or FIFA. According to Handling Agent 1, but for Steele's assistance in arranging this meeting, the FBI would not have had the impetus to open the FIFA investigation in 2010. Now, that is true. Steele knew a journalist who had done extensive work over several decades about FIFA and the corruption at the top. But no one was listening to him because FIFA, of course, is an incredibly worldwide powerhouse of an organization. And they can skate through anything with their power. Because, if you have a reporter in your midst who will go after FIFA, then your country can kiss getting a World Cup goodbye, and no one wants to run that risk. FIFA has always been a den of vipers, but at least finally they figured it out. Stevie Bananas is in? Where is he? There we go. Hey, Stevie. Welcome. Wonderful to have you. I had a Stevie in my family who hated to be called Stevie. Hated it. But his maternal grandmother insisted on referring to him as Stevie. And one year for his birthday, what was it, 7th grade, so what is that, 12th birthday? She gave him this beautiful pen and pencil set that was personalized. And the first name on it was spelled Stevie. He lost it. Now, he used them because it was a beautiful set. I don't even know if they're still around. It's been ages. But every time one of his classmates would get a look at one of those instruments, they would just rip him to shreds. It was hilarious. But he loved them. Just hated Grandma for it. Continuing. According to Handling Agent 1, I'm sorry, I already got that. Here we go. The lead FBI agent assigned to the FIFA matter told us that after Russia won the right to host the 2018 World Cup in September 2012, he approached Handling Agent 1 to request permission to examine possible corruption in the bidding process. According to the agent, Handling Agent 1 recalled his earlier interview with the contact that he met through Steele, retrieved a copy of the FBI FD 302 form memorializing the interview, and instructed the agent to open a case. The agent said that Steele's role in the FIFA investigation was limited to Handling Agent 1, that the FBI talk to the contact, recommending to Handling Agent 1 that the FBI talk to the contact, whose information eventually proved valuable and helped predicate the opening of the investigation. The agent said he did not recall having any communication with Steele after the investigation's opening. Additionally, Handling Agent 1 told us that Steele provided two other investigative leads to the FBI in connection with the FIFA investigation. First, in July 2011, Steele provided a report that summarized an alleged conversation between then Russian Dmitry Medvedev and then Prime Minister Vladimir Putin, in which, according to the report, Putin acknowledged that a Russian oligarch had bribed the president of FIFA so that Russia could win the right to host the World Cup tournament in 2018. Second, in 2012, Steele introduced the FBI to two British officials with information concerning Russia's alleged efforts to bribe FIFA executives. Our review of Steele's Delta file also revealed that Steele furnished the FBI with a report dated June 2015 that quoted a Kremlin official as having admitted that the Kremlin bribed FIFA executives in order to secure rights to host the 2018 World Cup. Footnote 203. As described in Chapter 2, the FBI maintains an automated case management system for all CHS records, which the FBI refers to as Delta. The Delta file for each CHS contains all the personal and administrative information about the CHS, as well as subfiles for unclassified reporting, classified reporting, validation documentation, and payment records. Continuing. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York, as of December 2019, the FIFA investigation has resulted in 26 individual guilty pleas, 2 trial convictions, 4 corporate guilty pleas, and 1 corporate deferred prosecution agreement. Total forfeitures in the matter exceeded $120 million. That is chump change to FIFA. That is walking around money for FIFA. Continuing. The OIG interviewed a prosecutor on the FIFA case who told us that Steele did not provide testimony in any court proceeding. Handling Agent 1 also told the OIG that Steele's information was not used to obtain any compulsory legal process in the FIFA case. And I'm sure, as you remember, I believe in the executive summary, Horowitz found out through his investigation that the FBI told the FISA court that Steele actually had provided important information to the FIFA investigation, and I believe they may have even said that he testified. Even if they hadn't said that, they did lie about his information being used in the prosecutions. Continuing. In addition to leads provided for the FIFA investigation, I keep wanting to say FIFA, we were advised by the FBI that Steele furnished information about Russian oligarchs, some of whom were under investigation by the FBI. For example, we learned that, in October 2013, Steele provided lengthy and detailed reports to the FBI on 3 Russian oligarchs, one of whom was among the FBI's most wanted fugitives. According to an FBI document, an analyst who reviewed Steele's reporting on this fugitive found the reporting, quote, extremely valuable and informative, close quote, and determined it was corroborated by other information that the FBI had obtained. Now, backing up a little bit, the reporting that Steele did on the Russians and FIFA, the British government was so embarrassed by his reporting on those that they buried the reports. That's how bad they were. For the FBI to the FISA court, tell them that his Russian information was vital, or whatever the term they used was, is pathetic, woeful, and inadequate. Continuing. Subsection B. The FBI opened Steele as a CHS in October 2013. Handling Agent 1 told the OIG that in late October 2013, he concluded that the FBI needed to enroll Steele as a CHS. By that time, Steele had been providing information to the FBI intermittently for 3 years without compensation. According to Handling Agent 1, the volume of Steele's reporting had increased and involved persons of interest to the FBI, such as the oligarchs noted above, and Handling Agent 1 wanted to task Steele to collect additional information. Handling Agent 1 said that he also wanted to compensate Steele for his fruitful lead in the FIFA investigation. FIFA. Another consideration for Handling Agent 1 was Handling Agent 1's pending transfer in late spring 2014 to an FBI office in a European city to serve as the legat. Handling Agent 1 said that the logistics of obtaining and using the information from Steele while Handling Agent 1 was stationed abroad would be easier if Steele was formally opened as a CHS. Steele told us that after Handling Agent 1 indicated he wanted to begin tasking Steele to collect information and provide compensation, Steele explained to Handling Agent 1 that redacted, and any relationship would need to be between the FBI and Steele's consulting firm. Steele said that Handling Agent 1 contacted redacted, and obtained a green light to proceed. Prior to opening Steele as a CHS, Handling Agent 1 contributed information to a memorandum from the FBI's legat in Steele's home country, which is Great Britain, notifying redacted of Steele's proposed relationship with the FBI. The memorandum to redacted included the following. Our New York office is currently working with Christopher Steele, redacted. Mr. Steele is providing the FBI with information to support several ongoing criminal investigations involving transnational organized crime organizations. Hello, Harley. This information, provided primarily through Mr. Steele's privately owned company, Orbis Business Intelligence, is necessary to support our efforts to fully identify subjects with ties to European, Eurasian, and Asian organized crime organizations and whose activities directly impact the United States. In order to properly protect this information and Mr. Steele's relationship with the FBI, our New York office will treat any material provided as information obtained through a confidential human source. Handling Agent 1 told us that he did not recall seeing a draft of the memorandum before it was sent by the legat. The author of the memorandum, time for a drink, continuing. The author of the memorandum, an FBI assistant legal attaché, or ALAT 1, told us that Handling Agent 1 probably provided him with the text of the memorandum because he was not familiar with the FBI's use of Steele. In addition, Steele made available for our review a letter on his consulting firm's letterhead from Steele, redacted, to someone, dated approximately around the same time as the FBI's memorandum, redacted. The letter explained that Steele's consulting firm is expected to enter into a, quote, proposed commercial relationship, close quote, with the FBI. A substantial portion of the letter described the consulting firm and its work, and the letter stated that information furnished to the U.S. government would come from the firm. On October 30, 2013, Handling Agent 1 and another agent completed the paperwork to open Steele as an FBI CHS. As required by FBI policy, Handling Agent 1 provided the FBI standard quote-unquote admonishments to Steele at the outset of Steele's enrollment as a CHS and on an annual basis thereafter. The admonishments advised Steele, for example, that he was not authorized to commit illegal acts, see Whitey Bulger, and that he must provide truthful information to the FBI, and that he must follow the instructions of the FBI. According to FBI records, Steele signed paperwork captioned, quote, CHS admonishments, unquote, acknowledging his receipt of the admonishments for the period covering Crossfire Hurricane, and signed CHS payment receipts using an FBI-assigned payment codename. Footnote 204. The FBI 1057 memorializing Steele's receipt of admonishments in 2016 states that Handling Agent 1, quote, verbally admonished the CHS with CHS admonishments with the CHS fully acknowledged, signed, and dated. The FBI could not locate the signed admonishment form, however. Interesting. You think that would be pretty important. I wonder this could very well be the FBI trying to make Steele appear to be more than he was, so that the FISA court would believe in him more, that it would lend him more credibility to refer to him as a CHS, with all the accompanying admonishments, as it says here, and handling by his FBI agent, as opposed to a guy who was bringing out information from his consulting firm. I wonder. Let's see, that was 204. Okay, continuing. Handling Agent 1 told the OIG that he instructed Steele not to divulge his relationship with the FBI to others, although the FBI's standard written CHS admonishments do not include such an instruction. Weird. According to Handling Agent 1, he told Steele not to share the information he was providing to the FBI with others, with one caveat. Handling Agent 1 explained that Steele would sometimes share with the FBI reports he had generated for his consulting firm's clients, and in that circumstance, the clients would also be privy to the information that the FBI had obtained. Handling Agent 1 said he did not provide a specific instruction to Steele that he was not to disclose information that he was sharing with the FBI to the media. According to Handling Agent 1, he did not need to give that specific instruction because that prohibition was addressed by instructing Steele not to share the information he was providing to the FBI with others except for clients. Well, that's just insane. Again, all of these holes in their procedures. I didn't have to tell him to do that because I generally told him this. And again, the doubling up of information from Steele's business, or back and forth from the FBI. Again, who else is he sharing the stuff with? Remember, we know from earlier that Steele was taking information that he gleaned from his meetings with the FBI and people in the DOJ, and then reporting that back to clients. So I guess he was a double agent while he was in Moscow. Continuing. Steele told us, however, that he was never a CHS for the FBI, and that he advised Handling Agent 1 that he could not be a quote-unquote clandestine source due to his prior service as an intelligence officer in the UK, another country in my butt. Watcher. Oh, of course. Lurk away, my dear. I hope HB's stream was as entertaining as always. Thank you for coming. Let's see. The pretty lady in her lost my train of thought. Here we are. Steele made available for the OIG's review documentation referring to such a prohibition. Steele stated that he never recalled being told that he was a CHS, and that he never would have accepted such an arrangement, despite the fact that he signed FBI admonishment and payment paperwork indicating that he was an FBI CHS, footnote 205, during his time as an FBI CHS, unless Horowitz has pretty much gone along with the FBI on this one. Steele received a total of $95,000 from the FBI. We reviewed the FBI paperwork for those payments, each of which required Steele-signed acknowledgement. On each document, of which there were 8, was the caption CHS's payment and CHS's redacted. A signature page was missing for one of the payments. Continuing. He also said, being Steele, that his relationship with the FBI was not that of a quote-unquote confidential human source, because he would meet with Handling Agent 1 at Steele's office, as well as in the presence of third parties, which at times included his Orbis business partner. Instead, he explained that the relationship with the FBI was quote-unquote contractual with his firm, and that he was paid by the FBI, quote-unquote, on a results basis for information his firm furnished in response to taskings, footnote 206, FBI records that we reviewed included an invoice dated January 25, 2016, from Steele's consulting firm requesting payment for, quote, consultancy services, including 7 meetings with contact, briefing, and reports, close quote, as well as for travel and accommodations. The FBI paid Steele, not the consulting firm, interesting, not the consulting firm, $15,000 in May 2016 for services rendered from July 2015 through February 2016. Notice that, oh, never mind, I got my dates mixed up. Disregard. Continuing. Steele said that he was told by Handling Agent 1 that such a relationship with the FBI was, quote, unorthodox and groundbreaking, close quote, and that Handling Agent 1 was interested in a similar relationship with others. Steele told us that he discussed with Handling Agent 1 how the FBI could be a client of his firm. According to Steele, the issue of the nature of his relationship with the FBI, quote, was never really resolved and both sides turned a blind eye to it. It was not really ideal, close quote. However, he said that because the FBI, quote, was keen to stay in touch and draw upon our work, that relationship continued without fully resolving the question of his status. As one of the agents said in the movie The Fugitive, sounds kind of hinky. To which Tommy Lee Jones replied, "That's not a word. Don't make up words around me." Something to that effect. Continuing. Among the material that Steele made available to the OIG for review prior to and after his OIG interview were 3 memoranda written by Steele that Steele said he maintained in his firm's files, which summarized meetings in 2010 involving Steele, Handling Agent 1, and Orr. The memoranda reflect that Steele indicated during those meetings that he was not amenable to becoming a CHS and that he wanted the FBI to enter into a consulting agreement with his firm. However, also described in the materials was an undated draft letter from Steele to Handling Agent 1 describing events that post-dated the 3 earlier memoranda and stating that although Steele preferred that the FBI enter into a contract with his firm, he was prepared to sign a contract with the FBI as an individual. According to Steele, he did not recall sending the letter, but the letter reflected his willingness to accommodate the FBI's administrative requirements. He stated that his firm would not handle the FBI's work as anything other than an account with the firm. We did not find a copy of these memoranda or the letter in Steele's Delta file. Handling Agent 1 told us that Steele never presented him with copies of these materials. Well, we already know that the FBI lost one rather important piece of material relating to this, so who's to say they didn't bury other parts of it? Again, listing Steele as a CHS in the FISA applications, much more impactful than just saying this is from a consulting firm, in my opinion. Continuing. In light of Steele's assertions, we asked Handling Agent 1 whether Steele ever advised him that he was prohibited from working for the FBI as a CHS and whether the FBI ever had a contract with Steele's firm. Handling Agent 1 responded no to both questions. We also asked Handling Agent 1 about the memorandum described above that was sent by ALAT 1 in 2013 to Redacted, especially its description that information from Steele would be, quote, provided primarily through Steele's privately owned company, close quote, and that the FBI would, quote, treat any material provided as information obtained through a confidential human source, close quote. Okay, let's make up our minds. Just to recap here, the FBI is saying in one breath that the information from Steele would, again, quote, be primarily through his privately owned company, and that they would treat any material provided as information obtained through a confidential human source. So which is it? And Horowitz asks this question, continuing, "We wanted to know the rationale for including these statements if in fact the purpose of the memorandum was to alert redacted that Steele was going to be working as a CHS for the FBI." And again, I think that's MI6 they're talking about. Continuing, Handling Agent 1 told us that he believed the FBI was trying to be as inclusive as possible in its description of Steele, and therefore referenced information about Steele's firm, even though the FBI never had a relationship with the firm. That makes perfect sense. Continuing, Handling Agent 1 said that he did not know why the memorandum stated that the material obtained from Steele would be treated as information from a CHS if in fact Steele was an FBI CHS. According to Handling Agent 1, there was no ambiguity in Steele's status as a CHS by late 2013. Handling Agent 1 said that he expressly informed Steele that he was a CHS. He provided Steele with CHS admonishments each year, and that Steele signed CHS payment paperwork using his CHS code name on multiple occasions. In the view of Handling Agent 1, Steele's contention that he was not a CHS is not credible. Steele being not credible, that's earth-shattering. I never would have expected to read that sentence in this report. Wow. Who would have thought? Continuing, we also asked ALAT 1 about the memorandum from the FBI to Redacted. He said that the purpose of the memorandum was to notify Redacted that Steele would be working for a CHS for the FBI, and that the memorandum's reference to the FBI's, quote, working with Steele, close quote, and explanation that material from him would be handled as information from a CHS were sufficient to notify Redacted of Steele's status as a CHS. He further stated, however, that the memorandum alerted Redacted that the FBI was going to have, quote, some interaction with Steele's firm as well as Steele, close quote, given that the memorandum states that information from Steele would be furnished primarily through his firm. ALAT 1 said that this language was included in the memorandum to make clear that the information obtained from the firm would be treated as information from a CHS. ALAT 1 did not believe that he received any response to the memorandum from Redacted, and we did not find any such response in Steele's Delta file. Subsection C. Steele's work for the FBI during 2014 to 2015. Handling Agent 1 said that during Handling Agent 1 said that during 2014 and 2015, he communicated with Steele more regularly and met with him several times in Steele's home country, the UK, and a city in Europe. Wow. Steele furnished intelligence information that the FBI disseminated, including in 4 intelligence information reports, or IIRs, sent throughout the U.S. intelligence community, or USIC, concerning the activities of Russian oligarchs, footnote 207. Each of the IIRs noted the limitations on the reporting and included the following standard warning, quote, warning in all caps. This is a raw information report, not finally evaluated intelligence. It is being shared for informational purposes, but has not been fully evaluated, integrated with other information, interpreted, or analyzed. Sometimes there's a nugget in raw intel, so shouldn't be too dismissive of it. Let's see, that was footnote 207, so we are right here. Handling Agent 1 recalled providing positive feedback from the USIC in response to some of the IIRs containing Steele's information before Steele began delivering election-related material and information. Wow, I really screwed that up. I looked away and tried to read it out of my memory and blew it. Let's start over. Sorry, guys. Handling Agent 1 recalled receiving positive feedback from the USIC in response to some of the IIRs containing Steele's information before Steele began delivering election-related information in 2016. There we go. Handling Agent 1 said that the response to the IIRs was that the information was quote-unquote really good, and there were requests for additional reporting from Steele. By the time Steele was closed by the FBI as a CHS in November 2016, the FBI had disseminated 10 IIRs based on Steele's reporting. Okay, so they say they didn't have the dossier, quote unquote, until what, mid or late September 2016. Who's to say these earlier documents weren't in a very similar vein, if not just lead-ups to the dossier? I'd like to see the dates on those and what's contained in them. Maybe Durham. Continuing. Orr told us that during this time period, he and Handling Agent 1 asked Steele to inquire whether Russian oligarchs would be interested in entering into discussions with them. Handling Agent 1 stated that he did not recall tasking Steele to contact Russian oligarchs, though he redacted. According to Handling Agent 1, Steele originally proposed the idea of having him approach Russian oligarchs for the purpose of arranging meetings between the oligarchs and representatives of the U.S. government. In our review of Steele's CHS file and other pertinent documents and interviews with Handling Agent 1, Orr, and Steele, we observed that Steele had multiple contacts with representatives of Russian oligarchs with connections to Russian intelligence services, or RIS, and senior Kremlin officials. Footnote 208. Redacted, written by the FBI's Transnational Organized Crime Intelligence Unit, or TOCU. Redacted, Steele. Steele's redacted, recommended that a validation review be completed on Steele redacted. The FBI's Validation Management Unit did not perform such an assessment on Steele until early 2017, after, as described in Chapter 6, the Crossfire Hurricane Team requested an assessment in the context of Steele's election reporting. Handling Agent 1 told us that he had seen the TOCU report and was not concerned about its findings concerning Steele because he was aware of Steele's redacted. We found that the TOCU report was not included in Steele's Delta file. Handling Agent 1 said that he found preparation of the TOCU report quote-unquote curious because he believed that TOCU was aware of Steele's redacted and fully supported them. Continuing. Oh, I'm sorry, I got to go back up here. I had to scroll down for all that. Okay, last part of the page here. For example, in late November 2014, Handling Agent 1 met with Steele, who advised Handling Agent 1 that he had received overtures from, quote, interlocutors, unquote, for several Russian oligarchs seeking to arrange FBI interviews of the oligarchs. Handling Agent 1 told the OIG that Steele facilitated meetings in a European city that included Handling Agent 1 or an attorney of Russian Oligarch 1 and a representative of another Russian oligarch. Oh my God, they're meeting with Russians. Start a counterterrorism file into them. How dare they meet with Russians? Skull crime real quickly. I think almost all presidents after Nixon were accused of high crimes. Certainly, if you go by the current Democrat-led House of Representatives, they would all be up for censure. Again, if you go by their standards. But it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The whole thing about the phone call, really, is saying that a president of the United States is not allowed to show favor to a country regarding aid if that country provides us with something we need. Not allowed. Any aid given has to be without conditions. Any phone call to any foreign government has to be without any kind of bargain, quid pro quo, or condition, which is absolutely insane. That is how it works. That's how at least it's supposed to work. But no, the Democrats just want to give everything away to everybody. That's why they want open borders. That's why they want free health care for illegal aliens. That's why they want free school. Free health care. All this free stuff that we wind up paying for and heavily increased taxes. But yeah, high crimes, not an impeachable offense. That is analogous to maladministration, which I believe was, I don't remember who introduced that at the Congress, the Constitutional Convention meeting, but I think it was Adams who blew it out of the water by saying every president would be beholden to the House of Representatives if maladministration was included as an impeachable offense. So it was struck down. There's no way you can tell me what Trump did was a high crime, while what Obama did over and over again were not scandals. How can you make those two comparisons? That is cognitive dissonance at an Olympic gold level. SRS 4859, I need to read this. Biden said he would commit to signing a document saying he will not run for a second term. Yeah, how insane is that? Why would anyone want to be a one-term president? The two modern presidents that have not won re-election, Carter and Bush, were both presiding over recessions at the time of the election. They had nothing to run on. I mean, Carter had the gas lines after the OPEC embargo. No one forgave him for that. And Bush raised taxes. And we all, those of us who are old enough at least, remember the close-up of the camera during the debate and Bush saying, "Read my lips, no new taxes." Is what happens, I think, a year later, he raised taxes. Not saying he didn't have to, but he blew it. That was his death knell. Why would Biden want to associate himself with basically two losers? Because that's how anyone who does not get a second term is seen, as a loser. Biden is basically admitting that he is too old to be president by saying that. That is an out-and-out admission that he sees his age as a factor, which means get off the stage, Joe. Go away and let the progressives fight it out so Trump can sweep the floor with them. You idiot. 1,000 points of light, Skullcram. 1,000 points of light. Not exactly Reagan's "It's Morning in America." Was it Morning Again in America? I think it was Morning Again in America. One of the greatest political I almost said cartoon. One of the greatest political commercials of all time. I remember it quite vividly, actually. I saw it so many times. But it showed people waking up and going to work, women going to work, minorities going to work. I think it had steel workers and cops. It was just a whole panoply of people who make up the great cross-section of this country, and they all had jobs. And that tied in perfectly with the tagline, which was, "Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?" How can you not run on a great economy with that line and not win in a landslide, which is what Reagan did? He wiped the floor with Mondale. And what was the next one? Mondale and then Dukakis. Man, talk about setting it up for the spike. Okay, sorry, long tangent there, long tangent. Thanks, chat. Thanks, chat. Good stuff. Oh, yeah, New World Order. Ooh, another good one. Swellcram's on fire today. Okay, let's see, I was interlocutors. Another Russian oligarch. That was okay. Yeah, let's go here. Let me start this paragraph over again. Handling Agent 1 told the OIG that Steele facilitated meetings in a European city that included Handling Agent 1 or an attorney of Russian oligarch 1 and a representative of another Russian oligarch, footnote 209. Handling Agent 1 told us that he was aware that Steele had a relationship with Russian oligarch 1's attorney and assumed it may have been a business relationship. Continuing. Russian oligarch 1 subsequently met with Orr as well as other representatives of the U.S. government at a different location. Orr told the OIG that, based on information that Steele told him about Russian oligarch 1, such as when Russian oligarch 1 would be visiting the United States or applying for a visa, and based on Steele at times seeming to be speaking on Russian oligarch 1's behalf, or said he had the impression that Russian oligarch 1 was a client of Steele's, footnote 210. As we discussed in Chapter 6, members of the Crossfire Hurricane team were unaware of Steele's connections to Russian oligarch 1. That's pretty pathetic, inadequate, and woeful. Switched up a little there, did you see? Continuing. We asked Steele about whether he had a relationship with Russian oligarch 1. Steele stated that he did not have a relationship and indicated that he had met Russian oligarch 1 one time. He explained that he worked for Russian oligarch 1's attorney on litigation matters that involved Russian oligarch 1, but that he could not provide quote-unquote specifics about them for confidentiality reasons. You shared them with the FBI left and right. Continuing. Steele stated that Russian oligarch 1 had no influence on the substance of his election reporting and no contact with any of his sources. He also stated that he was not aware of any information indicating that Russian oligarch 1 knew of his investigation relating to the 2016 U.S. elections, footnote 211, completely redacted. Thanks. Continuing. Steele's prior reporting to the FBI addressed issues other than Russian oligarchs. For example, we reviewed FBI records reflecting that he provided information on the hack of computer systems of an international corporation and corruption involving former Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych. In addition, Steele told us he introduced Handling Agent 1 to sources with knowledge of Russian athletic doping and obtained samples of material for the FBI to analyze. That's some pretty cool spy shit right there. Handling Agent 1 could not recall meeting with these sources or obtaining samples for analysis, though he did remember obtaining information from Steele concerning Russian athletic doping. Well, like no one knew that was going on. David Von Kettering makes an excellent point. I would guess Steele is corrupt enough for Clinton. Excellent analysis. Very nice. All right, that was footnote 211. Viktor Yanukovych. Did not recall. Continuing. Handling Agent 1 said he forwarded the information to the FBI New York Field Office, or NYFO, which had an open investigation concerning doping. Handling Agent 1 also recounted for us a situation involving Steele that reinforced his view that Steele was, quote-unquote, very professional and primarily motivated by a desire to counter threats posed by Russia. According to Handling Agent 1, on 2 occasions, Steele made arrangements for a meeting between the FBI and a redacted individual who had potentially important information. In both instances, the meetings did not occur due to the FBI's failure to attend. According to Handling Agent 1, the FBI's failure to meet with the individual was the FBI's fault, cost Steele financially in the short term, and likely caused the loss of reputation with the intermediaries who arranged the individual's attendance at the meeting. Gee, you think? Nice job, FBI. Way to go. Continuing. Handling Agent 1 told the OIG that Steele's professionalism in seeking to arrange the meeting and then not seeking to quote-unquote nickel and dime the FBI in the process impressed him. Steele was eventually reimbursed by the FBI for his expenses, but it was over a year later. Wow. Wow. Continuing. We asked Handling Agent 1 about what information the FBI had corroborated from Steele's reporting prior to spring 2016 and whether Steele had been proven to be a reliable source. Handling Agent 1 said that Steele provided reliable information to the FBI in the past, but that not all of the information Steele furnished had been corroborated and verified. One has to ask, why the hell not? Continuing. Handling Agent 1 cited several examples of information from Steele that the FBI had been able to corroborate prior to the spring of 2016, such as corruption in FISA's bid selection process, information regarding redacted Russian oligarchs, and corruption involving Yanukovych, but could not recall more. He also told the OIG that he was not aware of any information Steele provided prior to 2016 that had been shown to be false, inaccurate, or problematic. Yeah, but they left out a bunch of stuff that they never bothered looking at all. And if they had seen Steele's reports on the Russians with the FIFA thing, I think they could have blown a huge hole in his reputation with that. Again, MI6 thought it to be very embarrassing and buried it. Continuing. Handling Agent 1 said that the FBI found Steele's information to be valuable and that it warranted compensation. As a result, in 2014 and 2015, the FBI made 5 payments to Steele totaling $64,000. By the time the FBI closed Steele in November 2016, his cumulative compensation totaled $95,000, including reimbursement for expenses. Steele was not compensated by the FBI for the election reporting we discussed below. No, but they offered him $50,000 to corroborate it, and when he couldn't, they just went with it anyway. Continuing. We asked Steele how he would characterize his relationship with the FBI prior to furnishing reports on the 2016 election. He told us it was quote-unquote good, except for the tardiness of the FBI payments to him. Well, that's a valid point. He stated that he had confidence in Handling Agent 1. Continuing. We also inquired whether Steele's work for the FBI intruded on his work for his private clients. Steele told us that overall his work could be categorized in one of 2 ways. The first was work he performed for other clients of his consulting firm. He called this work Pipeline 1. Steele stated, however, that he sometimes provided his work product from these engagements to the FBI at no cost, which he said he did because he believed the information possibly could be helpful to the U.S. government. The second category was work Steele performed for the FBI in response to taskings and for which the FBI provided compensation. Steele referred to this work as Pipeline 2. According to Steele, Pipeline 1 and Pipeline 2 were mutually exclusive and did not overlap. Steele explained that his Pipeline 1 work for his clients was not affected by his Pipeline 2 work for the FBI, and he therefore was at liberty to discuss his work for his clients with his clients and with third parties as necessary without gaining permission from the FBI. He stated that any promises or commitments he made to the FBI did not affect the work of his consulting firm for its clients, and that his FBI commitments only applied to work where the FBI was the client, i.e., Pipeline 2. Section 2, Steele provides the FBI with election reporting in 2016, subsection A, Steele's engagement by Fusion GPS in June 2016. Steele said that in approximately June 2016, he was hired for a short-term assignment by Fusion GPS, a Washington, D.C. investigative firm founded by former journalist Glenn Simpson and a partner, I believe his last name is Fritsch. Footnote 212. Simpson declined the OIG's request to be interviewed. Yeah, didn't he also decline a Senate subpoena? After he perjured himself with his first testimony in front of Congress. What a guy. Continuing with the footnote. According to testimony that Simpson provided to Congress, the Washington Free Beacon retained Fusion GPS from approximately September or October 2015 to April-May 2016 to take, quote, an open-ended look at Donald Trump's business career and his litigation history and his relationships with questionable people, how much he was really worth, how he ran his casinos, and what kind of performance he had in other lines of work, close quote. So in other words, just pure Oppo research. But we know that the Washington Free Beacon dropped that investigation when Trump was the de facto nominee for the Republican Party for presidential candidate, and that work by the Washington Free Beacon through Fusion GPS had zero to do with the dossier. The drive-by media and the Democrats, I repeat myself, like to say that the dossier is, partly the Republicans are partly responsible for the dossier or the election reporting, as Horowitz puts it, which is a complete and utter lie. There is a full, firm stop between the Washington Free Beacon's work through Fusion GPS and Steele's work through Fusion GPS. There is no overlap. So don't let your Dem friends get away with that kind of crap. Hold their feet to the fire. Hey, Picasso knows. Excuse me just a moment, folks. Picasso knows says hi, everyone. We are about to refinance the house with a 15-year note and get a great reduction in interest rates. Looking forward to it, as Matt Christensen would say. And thank you for your patience, everyone. I appreciate it. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was reading the footnote. Okay. Litigation, how he ran his casinos. I finished that. All right, I finished 212. Okay. Continuing. Steele told us that he first met Simpson in 2010 and had completed a number of projects for him, some of which related to Russia. In May 2016, Simpson met with Steele at a European airport and inquired whether Steele could assist in determining Russia's actions related to the 2016 U.S. elections, whether Russia was trying to achieve a particular election outcome, whether candidate Donald Trump had any personal and business ties in Russia, and whether there were any ties between the Russian government and Trump and his campaign. Footnote 213. According to interrogatory responses Steele provided in foreign litigation, Fusion GPS retained Steele, quote, to investigate and report by way of preparing confidential intelligence memorandum on Russian efforts to influence the U.S. presidential election process in 2016 and on links between Russia and then Republican candidate and now President Donald Trump, close quote. So it's, you look at there at the basically the charge that Simpson gave Steele for his research. And at first it starts out, fairly benign. Let's see, Russia's actions related to the elections in 2016, whether Russia was trying to achieve a particular outcome, and then it takes a turn. Whether candidate Trump had any personal and business ties in Russia, and whether there were any ties between the Russian government and Trump and his campaign. Footnote 213. According to interrogatory responses Steele provided in foreign litigation, Fusion GPS retained Steele, quote, I'm sorry, I already read that. I do apologize. Or did I? No, I didn't. Foreign litigation, Fusion GPS retained Steele to, quote, investigate and report by what... No, I did read that. I do apologize, folks. I'm not sleeping again, so I'm getting a little fuzzy. I apologize. All right, that was 213. Continuing. Anyway, you see how it turned from a fairly benign report to get Trump. But since it was paid for by the DNC and the Hillary people, I suppose that's what you would expect. Continuing. Steele stated that he began work for Fusion GPS on the 2016 election assignment after Fusion GPS had completed a similar Trump-related assignment for an entity connected to the Republican Party. I'd like to see that work. Continuing. Steele told us he had a source network in place with a proven quote-unquote track record that could deliver on Fusion GPS's requirements. Steele added that this source network previously had furnished intelligence on Russian interference in European affairs, footnote 214. Steele told us that this source network did not involve sources from his time as a Russia expert for MI6 and was developed entirely in the period after he retired from the British government. Again, I'm filling in the blanks. Continuing. Steele said he understood from Simpson that his assignment would end with the election in November 2016. He also stated that, prior to this request, he had not conducted any research on Trump. We asked Steele when he learned who had retained Fusion GPS to obtain information concerning Trump and the Trump campaign. He told us he could not recall when he first learned that it was the law firm Perkins Coie and the Democratic National Committee, or DNC, though he was certain that it was not at the outset of the engagement with Fusion GPS. Steele further stated that by late July 2016, Steele had met with Simpson and an attorney from Perkins Coie, which represented the DNC, and Steele said that by the time he was aware of the DNC's role, said that by that time he was aware of the DNC's role. He stated that he could not remember whether he provided Perkins Coie's name to the FBI, but believed it was probable that he did so, but not in July 2016. Steele stated that he finalized arrangements with Simpson over the terms of his engagement a few weeks after their meeting at the European airport, and that he started to collect information in June 2016. So he got all of that stuff between June and then basically mid-August. That's, I believe, when he started shopping it around with Steele, before it was presented to the FBI. Interesting. So basically, maybe a month and a half. Maybe. Hey, Hollywood. Welcome. Glad to have you here, as always. Hope you're having a great day. Let's see. 2016. According to FBI records, Steele thereafter produced blank reports, redacted, related to the 2016 U.S. elections, redacted of which he provided to the FBI, and redacted others that were provided to the FBI by third parties, as described in Chapter 6, footnote 215. One report that was not provided to the FBI directly or via third parties was published by BuzzFeed. Ah, yes, good old BuzzFeed. One of the reports provided to the FBI by third parties was a near duplicate of a report that Steele previously had furnished to the FBI. Steele also provided the FBI from July through October 2016 with several reports that addressed Russian activities but were not election-related. Continuing. The FBI obtained reports directly from Steele during the time period of July through October 2016. Steele told us that the reports he generated were not designed to be quote-unquote finished products, and instead were, quote, to be briefed off of orally versus consumed as a written product, close quote. Talk about backtracking. Seriously. Iron Slippers, long time no see. Welcome. Welcome. This is great. Everybody's here. This is great. I feel like it's reunion time. All right. Where am I, guys? I'm totally lost now. Let's see. Single source reporting. Okay, here we go. Steele speaking here. He said that the reports were, quote, mostly single source reporting, close quote, and were uncorroborated intelligence, here, this is good, quote, up to a point, close quote, but were informed by background research and his judgment as an intelligence professional. I slicked my finger, stuck it up into the wind, and said, yep, this stuff is credible. I think that's as much as he did as actually thinking about it. Continuing. Steele explained that it was his firm's practice to faithfully report everything a reliable source provided and not to withhold information because it was controversial. He denied, quote-unquote, tailoring his reporting to meet the needs of his clients and explained that doing so ultimately was not a good business practice because it would result in loss of reputation. Well, welcome to that. We also asked Steele whether his research was, quote, opposition research, unquote, and biased. He provided a similar response, explained that his firm would not be in business if it provided biased information, footnote 216. We also asked about obvious errors in the reporting, such as misspellings and the reference to a Russian consulate in Miami, which does not exist. Steele told us that such errors are typical in intelligence work and were a function, in part, of the fast turnaround between his receipt of information from his sources and the dissemination of the reporting. He explained that he was accountable for any errors as the election reporting was, quote-unquote, his baby. So that doesn't call into question his reliability at all. The fact that he just takes this stuff and dumps it. Who would pay? Seriously, Who would pay for single source information that once you look into it turns out to be 100% bogus? I'm betting most of his actual research was open source. I'm betting. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he can speak and read Russian. So he'd be able to go into the archives of Russian periodicals and such and dig stuff out more easily than someone else except for Nellie Orr. But, geez, folks, come on. What was that he said again? Mostly single, brief off of orally versus consumed as a written product. Does that mean they're bedtime stories? Huh. What does that even mean? You're supposed to read it and throw it away? Mr. Phelps, this recording will self-destruct in 10 seconds? What the hell? All right, continuing. Let's see. 216. Yeah, all right. Steele called the allegation that he was biased against Trump from the start, quote unquote, ridiculous. Footnote 217. As we described in Chapter 6, however, according to an FBI 302, when the FBI interviewed Steele in September 2017, he and a colleague from his firm described Trump as their quote-unquote main opponent. Orr also advised SSA-1 that Steele was quote-unquote desperate that Donald Trump not get elected. Sorry, let me try that again. That Steele was, quote, desperate that Donald Trump not get elected and was passionate about him not being the U.S. president, close quote. As we describe in Chapter 9, SSA-1 met with Orr on November 21, 2016, and memorialized Orr's statements in a 302 report. When we interviewed Steele, he told us that he did not state that he was quote-unquote desperate that Trump not be elected, and thought Orr might have been paraphrasing his sentiments. Steele told us that he was concerned that Trump was a national security risk, and he had no particular animus against Trump otherwise. Bullshit. Sorry for the language, kids. Right. That was 217. Continuing. He stated, against Steele, that if anything, he was quote-unquote favorably disposed towards Trump, the Trump family, before he began his research, because he had visited a Trump family member at Trump Tower and, quote, quote, been friendly, unquote, with the family member for some years. He described their relationship as, quote-unquote, personal, and said that he once gifted a family tartan from Scotland to the family member. Ah, how sweet. Next page. The first election report that Steele provided to the FBI, which, as described in Chapters 5 and 7, was one of 4 of Steele's reports that the FBI relied upon to support probable cause in the Carter-Page FISA applications, is captioned, quote, Company Intelligence Report 2016-080, U.S. Presidential Election, Republican Candidate Donald Trump's Activities in Russia and Compromising Relationship with the Kremlin, close quote, and is dated June 20, 2016, known as Report 80. It was provided to Handling Agent 1 on July 5, 2016, and contained numerous allegations about the presidential candidates, including that, 1, the, quote, Russian regime has been cultivating, supporting, and assisting Trump for at least 5 years, close quote. Right, which means the Russians knew in 2011 that Trump was going to run for president. Why else would they spend that much time cultivating him? Give me a break. Continuing. Reason 2. Point 2. Quote, Trump and his inner circle have accepted a regular flow of intelligence from the Kremlin, including on his Democratic and other political rivals, close quote. 3. Trump's activities in Moscow, including quote-unquote perverted sexual acts, make him vulnerable to blackmail. 4. Russian intelligence services have collected, quote, compromising material, unquote, on Hillary Clinton. And 5. The Kremlin has been feeding, quote unquote, information to Trump's campaign for an extended period of time. Steele said that he debated with his business colleague whether to include the sexual material in Report 80, but refused to admit it because he felt that as a matter of professional practice, when reporting information from a source, quote, we have to be faithful to all of the information from the source provided, close quote, and not avoid material because it is controversial. Then Director Comey later described this aspect of Steele's reporting as, quote-unquote, salacious and unverified, footnote 218. We further discuss Comey's views on this information in Chapter 6. Yeah, because let's remember when Comey briefed Trump in January 2017 about this one piece of the dossier, he told Trump that this was salacious and unverified, and Trump said, it's not true, and this has to be run to ground, because I don't want even a 1% chance of my wife thinking that it's true. But when they... Actually, I take this back. I was about to say about the FISA application, the one in September of 2016, but I'm pretty sure they did not use the P-tape allegations as part of that FISA. Sorry about that. I got a little over my skis. Continuing. Steele explained that shortly after drafting Report 80, he had discussions with his business partner and Simpson about what to do with the information. He said that he and his partner considered the contents of the report to have national security implications and that the report therefore needed to be shared with the FBI. He said that Simpson agreed to Steele's proposal, and thereafter Steele contacted the FBI, footnote 219. Simpson has testified before Congress that he assented to Steele's request to provide the information to the FBI, and that he viewed the situation as, quote, potentially a crime in progress, close quote, that needed to be reported. Like they were never thinking about going to the FBI with this stuff. Seriously. Seriously, that was Clinton's motive, Clinton's intent from the word go to involve the U.S. intelligence community in this stuff. Cute. That's cute to make it sound like it was an afterthought. Continuing, subsection B, Steele informs handling agent 1 in July 2016 about his election reporting work. Shortly before the 4th of July 2016, handling agent 1 told the OIG that he received a call from Steele requesting an in-person meeting as soon as possible. Handling agent 1 said he departed his duty station in Europe on July 5 and met with Steele in Steele's office that day. During their meeting, Steele provided handling agent 1 with a copy of Report 80 and explained that he had been hired by Fusion GPS to collect information on the relationship between candidate Trump's businesses and Russia. Handling agent 1 said Steele had become concerned about the possibility of the Russians compromising Trump in the event Trump became president, footnote 220. Handling agent 1's records indicate that, during this meeting, Steele also provided handling agent 1 with reporting on Russian doping in athletics, Russian cyber activities, and Russian interference in European political affairs. Excuse me. According to handling agent 1, Steele informed him that Fusion GPS had been hired by a law firm to conduct research, though Steele stated that he did not know the law firm's name or its political affiliation, footnote 221. As described earlier, Steele told us that by late July 2016, he had met with Simpson and an attorney from Perkins Coie, which represented the DNC, and by that time he was aware of the DNC's role. Nobody else was, because the campaign, the Clinton campaign, hid the payments to Fusion GPS through Perkins Coie, thereby committing a federal election campaign violation. Continuing. Handling Agent 1 told the OIG, however, that he did not have to ask Steele to know that the request for the research was politically motivated, as the connection to politics was obvious to Handling Agent 1 from the circumstances. Handling Agent 1 also told us that he asked Steele to try to identify the law firm. However, Handling Agent 1 said that he did not, quote-unquote, continually ask Steele about the firm's identity as his work with Steele progressed. When asked by the OIG about an October 2016 email from a member of the Crossfire Hurricane team stating that Handling Agent 1 had avoided tasking Steele to obtain the name of the law firm, Handling Agent 1 told us that information was incorrect and that he would never avoid asking a material question. When we asked the email's author about the email, he stated that it accurately represented what Handling Agent 1 had told him during a telephone call in October 2016. So, one of these persons is lying, and Handling Agent 1 has been caught in at least some errors in recollection quite often so far in this chapter. So, who do you believe? Jason, when did you sneak in? Were you here earlier? I don't remember seeing you before. Anyway, even if you were and I forgot, it's great to see you again. That's a nice thing about getting old. When your memory's shot, you're pleasantly surprised every 5 minutes. You lurk, you dude. You lurk as much as you want. Okay, once again, I let the chat completely blow away my place. Okay, here we go. Next paragraph. We reviewed what Steele represented were his contemporaneous notes of his July 5 meeting with Handling Agent 1. Steele told us these notes were written within a day or two of the meeting. The notes reflect that Steele told Handling Agent 1 that Steele was aware that, quote, Democratic Party associates, close quote, were paying for Fusion GPS's research. The quote-unquote ultimate client was the leadership of the Clinton presidential campaign, and the quote-unquote candidate was aware of Simpson's reporting. That should be, and quote-unquote the candidate. Sorry. Steele told us that he was quote-unquote pretty candid with Handling Agent 1. He also said it was clear that Fusion GPS was backed by Clinton supporters and senior Democrats who were supporting her. When we asked Handling Agent 1 about the information contained in Steele's notes, Handling Agent 1 told us that he did not recall Steele mentioning these facts to him during their meeting. After being provided with a copy of Report 80 at the July 5 meeting, Handling Agent 1 said he asked Steele whether he was still collecting information for Fusion GPS. Handling Agent 1 said Steele responded that he was working on another report for Simpson. Handling Agent 1 said that, at that point, he advised Steele that Steele was not working on behalf of the FBI to collect the information Fusion GPS was seeking. Quote, I said we are not asking you to do it, and I'm not tasking you to do it, close quote. Steele provided the OIG with a similar interpretation of these events. He told us that Report 80, as well as his other election reports, was quote-unquote Pipeline 1 information and not subject to FBI controls. Handling Agent 1 said that he also advised Steele that because a law firm was involved, there could be privilege issues that Handling Agent 1 would need to evaluate. Handling Agent 1 told the OIG that he returned to his duty station the same day with a copy of the reports Steele provided him, only one of which was election-related. And there again, Steele is double-dipping, feeding the FBI stuff he's doing while getting paid to produce that information by another client. I don't know. And again, just the FBI? I doubt it. Continuing. Steele told us that Handling Agent 1 was, quote-unquote, taken aback by the contents of Report 80, and that Handling Agent 1 said he needed to send the report back to the U.S. and would contact Steele at a later time after Handling Agent 1 had conferred with others about how to handle it. Steele said that he waited approximately 1 week and then contacted Handling Agent 1 to inquire whether he wanted to receive additional reports. According to Steele, Handling Agent 1 responded, quote, "Not yet. I'm still dealing with this. I'll get back to you," close quote. Steele said it was not until mid-August that he heard back from Handling Agent 1 and that Handling Agent 1 told him at that time that he wanted to receive additional reports. Handling Agent 1 said he discussed Steele's reporting with his supervisor, the Legat, and both agreed that Handling Agent 1 should try to determine where to send the information in FBI headquarters. However, due to the sensitivity of the reporting, Handling Agent 1 said that he wanted to be discreet and avoid a situation where he was quote-unquote broadcasting the information. Handling Agent 1 said that he informed his supervisor that he wanted to consult with NYFO, where Handling Agent 1 had previously worked, before taking further action, and that his goal was to put the information directly in the hands of people who needed to see it. According to Handling Agent 1, his supervisor approved, stating, quote, "Good idea. Call whoever you have to call. Do whatever you have to do," close quote. Footnote 222. I almost remember the theme song to that show, Room 222. Dun, 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 dun. I think that's it. Footnote. Handling Agent 1 said he did not contact the International Operations Division, or IOD, at FBI headquarters, which supports the Legats, about the reporting. Continuing. The Legat told us that he recalled Handling Agent 1's proposal to contact NYFO, which he concurred with, but that his expectation was that Handling Agent 1 would provide Steele's reporting to the Counterintelligence Division, or CD, at FBI headquarters within a matter of days. The Legat stated that he recalled inquiring about the handling of the reporting when Handling Agent 1 obtained another report from Steele, Report 94, described below, on July 19, 2016, as well as prior to meeting members of the Crossfire Hurricane team, which had with Steele in October 2016. Well, I stumbled around that one. The Legat said that during this time, quote, "I just assumed Handling Agent 1 was handling it and had sent it off," close quote. Lots of assumptions. Excuse me. Sorry, I gotta get these glasses fitted again. They're all screwed up. They're eating my ears up. Thank you for your patience, folks. Continuing. Approximately 1 week after his July 5 meeting with Steele, Handling Agent 1 contacted an Assistant Special Agent in Charge, or ASAC-1, NYFO, whom Handling Agent 1 had known for many years and described as having experience with quote-unquote sensitive matters. Handling Agent 1 said that he described the quote-unquote gist of the situation to ASAC-1, who responded that he would assess what to do and contact Handling Agent 1 later. ASAC-1 told us that the information that Handling Agent 1 explained to him, quote, was something that needs to be handled immediately, close quote, and, quote, definitely of interest to the counterintelligence folks, close quote. ASAC-1 said that after hearing from Handling Agent 1, he spoke with his Special Agent in Charge, or SAC-1, the same day. ASAC-1's notes from his July 13 call with Handling Agent 1 closely tracked the contents of Report 80, identifying Simpson as a client of a law firm, and include the following, quote, "Law firm works for the Republican Party, or Hillary, and will use the information described in Report 80 at some point." How could you begin to think that this is Republican research? Seriously. You're FBI, folks. Oh, CHS is confidential human source. And then there's UDE, which is undisclosed or unidentified employee. Thank you, Jason. Perfectly put. Yes. CHSs and UDEs are spies. In fact, catch me if I screw up again. I've been trying to always read spy when the text says CHS and UDE. I started, I think, yesterday, so hold my feet to the fire if I forget to do that. Let's go back to that. Law firm works for the Republican Party or Hillary and will use the information described in Report 80 at some point, footnote 223. As we summarize in Chapter 10, at approximately the same time that Handling Agent 1 was reporting information about Simpson to ASAC 1, an FBI agent from another FBI field office sent an email to his supervisor stating that he had been contacted by a former spy who, quote, was contacted recently by a colleague who runs an investigative firm. The firm had been hired by two entities, the Democratic National Committee, as well as another individual not named, to explore Donald J. Trump's long-standing ties to Russian entities, close quote. On or about August 2, 2016, this information was shared by a CD supervisor with the section chief of CD's Counterintelligence Analysis Section 1, also known as the Intel Section Chief, who provided it that day to members of the Crossfire Hurricane team, then Section Chief Peter Strzok, SSA-1, and the Supervisory Intel Analyst. How surprising that Strzok's name pops up yet again. Continuing, ASAC-1 told us that he would not have made this notation if Handling Agent 1 had not stated it to him. On July 19, 2016, Steele sent an email to Handling Agent 1 that included another report, Report 94. And like I say, the numbering, there's no continuity with the numbering. It's just all over the map. Report 94, which was captioned, quote, Company Intelligence Report 2016-94, Russia, Secret Kremlin Meetings Attended by Trump Advisor Carter Page in Moscow, July 2016, close quote. Again, meeting that never happened. Continuing, Report 94, which as described in chapters 5 and 7, was one of 4 reports the FBI relied upon to support the probable cause in the Carter Page FISA applications, alleged that during a visit to Moscow in July 2016, Page met with 1. Igor Sechin, chairman of Russian energy conglomerate Rosneft, and discussed the, quote, lifting of Western sanctions against Russia over Ukraine, close quote, and 2. Igor Divyekin, a staff member in the Russian presidential administration, who informed Page of compromising information the Kremlin possessed on Hillary Clinton and its possible release to the Republican campaign. Notice how there's this narrative that goes throughout the entire Russia thing that the Russians had dirt on Hillary. I wonder why that became so believable. Maybe it's because her private server was hacked immediately, since it was not encrypted until something like 3 to 6 months after it was put up. There's very good information that the Chinese were receiving every email that came into and left that server in real time through a spy office that they had in Virginia. They put malware in there that basically created a blind carbon copy or a BCC to that spy nest address, email address, without anyone at the Clinton camp knowing it. Iron slippers. Russians have dirt? You'd think so. They've got to dig their potatoes out of something. Got to make that vodka. Let's see, Igor Divyekin. Okay. Continuing. Report 94 further alleged that Divyekin advised Page that the Russians had derogatory information on Trump, well, at least that's even, which the candidate should bear in mind in future dealings with the Russian leadership. Okay, there's the compromat that Adam Schiff was so fond of trying to pay for, especially the naked pictures of Trump. God, I love that recording. I love that recording. That needs to be played before every House Intelligence Committee meeting, whether or not Schiff is the chair or the ranking member. That needs to be played. Screw him. In fact, Nunes should play it as part of a speech on the Congress floor. Because remember, anything they say on the floor is protected speech. The only thing you can't do is speak ill of another member. Now, this is the truth. They're not making anything up by playing this recording, but could it be construed as being factually, well, it is factually derogatory, but would it be actionably derogatory on the House floor? I would like to know that. I bet if it wasn't prohibited, it would have been done by now. Nunes would have done it immediately. Too bad. Blah, 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 blah. Continuing, right here. Report 94 described conversations involving a limited number of persons, ergo, Sechin confided the details of a secret meeting with Page. Sergei Ivanov confided in a compatriot that Divyekin had met secretly with Page. Handling Agent 1 said that when he read Report 94 for the first time, he recognized Sechin's name from intelligence reporting, but did not recognize the other names, including Carter Page. He told the OIG that he was in no position to assess the reliability of the reporting, and for that reason he was eager to forward the reporting to persons who could evaluate it. Steele's reporting, however, did not reach investigators at FBI headquarters until 2 months later, a circumstance we describe further below. Oh, I can't wait to hear how this happened. Subsection C, the Crossfire Hurricane team received Steele's reports on September 19. On July 28, 2016, 3 days prior to the opening of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, Handling Agent 1 sent reports 80 and 94 to ASAC 1 in NYFO, who forwarded them to SAC 1. Footnote 224. ASAC 1 told us that he was not sure why nothing happened with the reports between July 13, the day he first spoke with Handling Agent 1, and July 28. Yeah, again, he ran immediately to his people with when Report 80 came out. So now, Report 94, which has even more specific information about a person that they ultimately will determine is with the Trump campaign. That just sat on the shelf. Weird. Odd, as they like to say. Odd. Let's see. Continuing. Handling Agent 1's sharing of the reports with ASAC 1 resulted in a meeting in NYFO on August 3 among ASAC 1, the Chief Division Counsel, or CDC, and Associate Division Counsel, or ADC, and a Supervisory Special Agent, or SSA. Notes taken by the ADC show that the meeting participants discussed in general terms the information contained in Reports 80 and 94 and the relationship between Steele, Simpson, and a quote-unquote law firm. The ADC told the OIG that he was assigned the responsibility of reading Steele's reports and determining whether they were pertinent to any crimes involving public corruption. The ADC said he spoke with Handling Agent 1 on August 4, and Handling Agent 1 emailed Reports 80 and 94 to him the next day. Handling Agent 1 stated that, prior to sending the reports, ASAC 1 had contacted him to explain that the reports would be placed in a sub-file in NYFO and therefore walled off, quote-unquote, from agents in NYFO, and that the Assistant Director in charge of NYFO and the quote-unquote Executive Assistant Director, EAD level, at FBI headquarters were made aware of the report's existence. Handling Agent 1 stated that the ADC informed him in August that he was conferring with management in NYFO about how to handle the reports and would notify him after a determination had been made. Handling Agent 1 also stated that the engagement of an EAD was significant to him because he believed that, quote, appropriate people were communicating, close quote, about the reports as a result, and that he therefore should wait for further guidance about how to handle the reports. As we discuss in detail in Chapter 9, Handling Agent 1 also told us that in mid to late August, he heard from Orr, quote, out of the blue, unquote, who inquired whether Handling Agent 1 had seen Steele's reports. According to Handling Agent 1, Orr contacted him to confirm that the FBI was aware of the reports and was, quote-unquote, handling them. Okay, how would Orr know who to contact unless Steele was using him at that point as a circular reporting cutout? I don't think there's any other way to look at it except that Steele told him, here's my guy, call him and get under his butt about this stuff. That's not a pretty picture. Sorry, I could have painted that better. My mistake. Continuing. Handling Agent 1 told the OIG that he advised Orr that news of the reports had reached the quote-unquote EAD level at FBI headquarters, and that executive management at NYFO was aware of the reports and trying to determine where to forward them. Orr stated that he recalled Handling Agent 1 telling him this, but that at some later date Orr said he became concerned that the right people at FBI headquarters did not know about the reporting. Excuse me, shift here. Started slouching. That's not good. Continuing. On August 25, 2016, according to a supervisory special agent, this is weird. Why would they say one and put an A in front of it? On August 25, 2016, according to SSA 1, who was assigned to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, during a briefing for then Deputy Director Andrew McCabe on the investigation, McCabe asked SSA 1 to contact NYFO about information that potentially could assist the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, footnote 225. During his interview with the OIG, McCabe told us that he did not remember asking SSA 1 to contact NYFO, and he said he did not remember knowing in August 2016 that NYFO had information relevant to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. So either McCabe's lying, which is possible, or your FBI is so incompetent that they hold on to explosive information. I mean, seriously, what Steele reported about Trump was explosive. What he reported about Carter Page was explosive, and a simple internet search would have told them who Carter Page was and what he was doing at that point in time. So for McCabe not to know it is pretty fucked up. So someone's lying, and someone did not do their job. How unbelievable. Let's see. McCabe. Okay, here we are. SSA 1 said that he reached out to counterintelligence agents and analysts in NYFO within approximately 24 hours following the meeting. Instant messages show that on September 1, SSA spoke with a NYFO counterintelligence supervisor, and that the counterintelligence supervisor was attempting to set up a call between SSA 1 and the ADAC. On September 2, 2016, Handling Agent 1, who had been waiting for NYFO to inform him where to forward Steele's reports, sent the following email to the ADC and counterintelligence supervisor, quote, "Do we have a name yet? This stuff is burning a hole," close quote. The ADC responded the same day explaining that SSA 1 had created an electronic subfile for Handling Agent 1 in the Crossfire Hurricane case, and that he should forward the Steele reports to it. However, SSA 1 told us that there was a problem with his attempt to send an email to Handling Agent 1 in early September. SSA1 said he did not recognize the problem until September 13 and emailed Handling Agent 1 that day with the case information necessary to upload the reports. Good Lord. I've had that happen once where I was trying to send an email and I did not get a daemon report back that showed that it had not been sent or not received. And that's when I was sending pictures of a improperly tailored suit jacket to the people at Indochino, which you never hear about anymore, probably because their work was pretty damn sloppy. But I know because the jacket, the suit that I ordered a suit and 2 pair of chinos. The pants for the suit fit fine. The jacket, the arms were 2 inches too short. I swear to God, 2 full inches too short. And the chinos, 1 pair fit okay, but the other pair, they were cut so tightly in the crotch that they barely covered the crack of my ass when I belted them up. If I ever wore them, I had to wear an untucked shirt around them for fear that if I bent over, I'd pull a plumber. I didn't pay a lot for that stuff because you do the measurements yourself unless you go to one of their shops, and they have 2 of them in the Chicago area. You do the measurements yourself, and they have great video instructions to show you how to do it. So it's not just, here, take these measurements. You get good instructions. But you pick the fabric, you pick the lining and all that, and then you send that stuff off, and they send it to their tailors in freaking China. So some sweatshop in China, I didn't know this at the time, makes your suit and your chinos and then ships them back to the U.S. I think they actually ship them directly to you from China. That's where I found out who was actually doing the tailoring when I saw the way bill on the shipment when I got the stuff. So then I call them. They have a 100% guarantee for your first time. If they screw it up a second time, you're on your own. So I call them and I explain what's going on. And they say, okay, follow the instructions on the website. Here's the link. And we'll get it going. So I filed the report, and I had to take pictures. So I took the pictures. I go to email the pictures to Indochino, and I sent them in the original file size because I wanted them to be detailed so they wouldn't be squinting at a thumbnail. And 2 weeks go by, and I never hear from them. Now, I was sick, so I missed a week. And then the second week, I finally got a hold of them. Well, the window for getting the information to them was 2 weeks. So they first tried to tell me that I was out of luck, and I dug my heels in, and that lasted about 45 seconds before they acquiesced and said, okay, you're fine. So I explained what I had done, and they said, oh, our server won't accept file sizes over blank. You'll have to send them in reduced size. No information anywhere in the reporting process about the file size that you have to send those pictures in. None whatsoever. I found that purely by accident. It's the only time I've sent emails where I didn't get a report back saying they weren't accepted. So I'd love to know what was going on with the FBI at that time. We have a new addition to the chat, Fat Elvis. Welcome, Fat Elvis. He still could perform. He ran out of breath every so often, but he still could perform if you didn't mind the gallons of sweat that were pouring off him. Claim to fame, the hospital where I had my appendix taken out in Memphis, that was the same laboratory where they sent Elvis's blood work for the autopsy. So my lab work was done in the same lab as Elvis's autopsy blood. I'm all sugar. All right, once again, the chat completely completely takes over my day as I want it to. Okay, here we go. New paragraph. On September 19, 2016, the Crossfire Hurricane team received the Steele reporting for the first time when Handling Agent 1 emailed SSA 6 reports for SSA 1 to upload himself to the subfile. Reports 80 and 94, and 4 additional reports. Reports 95, 100, 101, and 102 that Handling Agent 1 had since received from Steele, footnote 226. Additional reports included the following information. Report 100, Premier Medvedev's office was furious over DNC hacking and associated anti-Russian publicity. And Report 101, the Kremlin is supporting various U.S. political figures and indirectly funding their travel to Moscow. Reports 95 and 102 are described below. Continuing. FBI officials we interviewed told us that the length of time it took for Steele's election reporting to reach FBI headquarters was excessive, and that the reports should have been sent promptly after their receipt by the Legat. Members of the Crossfire Hurricane team told us that their assessment of the Steele election reporting could have started much earlier if the reporting had been if the reporting had been made available to them. Well, that explains excuse me. That explains how Steele had been shopping around the report with Glenn Simpson for all that time, and the FBI was acting as if they knew nothing about it, when in fact part of it did, but the parts that needed to know about it had no clue. For what, over a month and a half? Almost 2 months, if I get the dates right. You're FBI, folks. You're FBI. Again, we know this reporting was completely bogus, that they had no basis in reality whatsoever. But to be fair, the FBI did not know that at the time, though they didn't bother to try to find out for a while. So shame on them. But at the time, they thought it was viable information, and they mishandled it completely. If they had gotten it at the proper time, then the first FISA application that the FBI tried to put through on Carter Page in, I believe it was September of 2016, that would have sailed through with their lies and incompleteness and all that. So who knows what would have happened then? Who knows how many more times they would have tried to renew it if they had gotten it earlier than October. Maybe that's too fine a point to make. I'm just babbling. Continuing. As described in chapters 5 and 7, the FBI relied upon Report 95 to support probable cause in the Carter Page FISA applications. Report 95 was entitled, quote, Russia-U.S. Presidential Election, Further Indications of Extensive Conspiracy Between Trump's Campaign Team and the Kremlin, close quote, and cited repeatedly to information provided by, quote-unquote, Source E. Report 95 alleged the existence of a, quote, well-developed conspiracy of cooperation, close quote, between the Trump campaign and Russian leadership, and claimed that the campaign's manager, Manafort, used Carter Page and others as quote-unquote intermediaries to further the conspiracy. According to Source E, the quote-unquote Russian regime was behind the leak of DNC emails to WikiLeaks with the, quote, full knowledge and support, close quote, of Trump and his campaign team, and the WikiLeaks platform was used by Russia to afford it, quote, plausible deniability, unquote, of its involvement in the leak. Also, as we describe in Chapter 8, Report 95 included an allegation that Page and possibly others agreed to sideline Russian intervention in Ukraine as a campaign issue in exchange for Russia's disclosure of hacked DNC emails to WikiLeaks. And that is a complete and utter lie. I believe I've debunked that in 2 previous readings, so I don't see there's any need to go over that again. Well, actually, we have some new people, so let me do this. Um, the bit about going easy on the Russians over Ukraine, that stems from a false report that the Republicans made the committee at the convention change the plank in their what do you call it? The foundation. Their I can't remember what you call that. The foundation of your parties going forward with the election. Sorry for the beard, by the way. I still can't shave. But anyway, platform. That's it. Platform. So one of the planks in the platform said that Ukraine should be given all necessary aid. And there was a kind of a hothead in the meeting who said, no, we need to change that to lethal aid. Well, remember, there was, I believe at the time, there was a treaty being formed between Ukraine and Russia that was going to de-escalate the warfare at the Crimean border, and they were allowed to receive defensive aid from other countries, but not offensive aid. And so the Republicans were like, no, we don't need to change it to lethal. Necessary is just fine. We don't need to blow it up more than it already is. That was reported as the Republicans weakening the plank in the platform regarding Ukraine, which is a complete and total falsehood, and which is what Steele is referring to here. Uncle Bobby says, lethal aid, a lovely woman. Letha aid, my mistake. Very nice, very nice. That would be a good Bond femme fatale, letha aid. I'll send that to the broccoli gal, Uncle Bobby. Maybe she'll take it. Cubby's daughter. All right. Plausible deniability. Campaign issue. Here we go. The FBI used this information in all of the Carter Page FISA applications to support its assessment that Page helped influence the Republican Party to change its platform to be more sympathetic to Russia's interests by eliminating language from the Republican platform about providing weapons to Ukraine. Well, if I'd shut up and read a little further, I could have saved you all a lot of time. I apologize for that. Continuing. Report 102, as described in chapters 5 and 7, was also one of the 4 reports relied upon to support probable cause in the Carter Page FISA applications. The report was titled, quote, Russia U.S. Presidential Election, Reaction in Trump Camp to Recent Negative Publicity about Russian Interference and Likely Resulting Tactics Going Forward, close quote. This guy isn't wordy at all. Excuse me. Continuing. Report 102 alleged that the purpose of the recent DNC email leaks was to shift votes from Bernie Sanders to Trump following Clinton's nomination. Report 102 also alleged that Carter Page conceived of and promoted the idea that the release of the DNC emails would shift voter support to Trump. Subsection D, the Crossfire Hurricane Team's initial handling of the Steele reporting in September 2016. As described in Chapter 3, by the date the Crossfire Hurricane Team received the 6 Steele reports on September 19, the investigation had been underway for approximately 6 weeks, and the team had opened investigations on 4 individuals, Carter Page, George Papadopoulos, Paul Manafort, and General Michael Flynn. In addition, during the prior 6 weeks, the team had used spies to conduct operations against Page, Papadopoulos, and a high-level Trump campaign official, although those operations had not resulted in the collection of any inculpatory information. Let's just look at that again. 6 weeks of crawling up their butts electronically, using spies, human resources, with recording devices attached to their little bodies, and they had nothing. Yet, this investigation not only continued on into spring of 2017, but it was rolled over into the Mueller investigation, which lasted another 2 years. And we were all upset over that. Now they pull impeachment, and they can't even put two articles together that are crimes listed in the Constitution as being definitive for impeachment. Abuse of power is not in the Constitution. It was deliberately left out. It was known as maladministration during the Constitutional Convention. So abuse of power is not an impeachable offense. And their contempt of Congress is complete bullshit because they're saying that Trump has no right to executive privilege, which is completely wrong. The Article 1 and Article 2, those branches are co-equal. And when there is a dispute between them, it goes to Article 3, the courts. That is how the Constitution is designed. That is how our tricameral government is designed. And for the Democrats to say Trump is blocking Congress's ability to acquire information that they have no right to on their own, just by asking for it, I don't know how anyone in their right mind could vote for that. I just don't. The Democrats are going to lose 80 seats if they keep this up. I'm being hyperbolic, but it's going to feel that way come 2020. They're going to lose 80 seats. Sorry. Rant. Stuff you guys didn't know already. I'm sorry, stuff you guys did know already, my mistake. All right, continuing. Further, as described in Chapter 5, the team had discussions about the possibility of obtaining FISAs targeting Page and Papadopoulos, but it was determined that there was insufficient information at the time to proceed with an application to the court. As also described in Chapter 3, the FBI had an ongoing cyber counterintelligence investigation into the Russian hacking of the DNC and was aware of other Russian efforts to interfere with the upcoming 2016 U.S. elections. The counterintelligence cyber bit on the hacking is completely bogus because the FBI was never allowed to see the DNC server. So the whole CrowdStrike report is not worth the paper it's printed upon. Sorry, on. Upon isn't really a proper word. According to Grammarly, anyway. But, yeah, way to go. Way to go, guys. Continuing. Actually, I missed a sentence there at the upper paragraph. Let me back up a little bit. Further, as described in Chapter 5, the team had discussions about the possibility of obtaining FISAs targeting Page and Papadopoulos, but it was determined that there was insufficient information at the time to proceed with an application to the court. Now, it's been my contention for some time that there had already been a FISA on Papadopoulos. If there's such thing as a secret FISA, then that would have been the case. I mean, secret from everybody except the triggering agency. But it looks like I'm wrong in that regard. But it's still fairly obvious that Papadopoulos had been monitored at least since the Carson campaign, as someone pointed out yesterday, if not previously, because the Obama administration were butthurt over his views on how the Leviathan gas field in the Mediterranean should be handled. He wanted Turkey cut out of it and wanted Israel and Greece to have the control of it. And Obama wanted Turkey to have a big piece of it because that was the only way he could ever do business with any other foreign countries is to kiss their ass. My opinion, anyway. Okay, so let's go back down to the second paragraph. Let me pick up where I left off. Here we go, right here. Sorry. We were told by several FBI witnesses that certain broad themes of the Steele reporting were consistent with information already known by the FBI and other U.S. government intelligence agencies. Well, doesn't that show you what's going on? He's just sucking off of those. Continuing. These themes included that the Russian government was seeking to sow discord and disunity within the United States and transatlantic alliance. Oh, that's never happened before. And that the Russian government was working to support Trump's election as president, bullshit narrative, and that Russian state-sponsored cyber operations were responsible for hacking activity focused on the Clinton campaign. Again, completely made up. Continuing. Comey told the OIG that, in his view, the, quote, heart of the Steele reporting was that there's a massive Russian effort to influence the American election and weaponize stolen information, close quote. Yeah, you're Mr. Believable, Mr. Super Patriot. We can all follow your lead. Continuing. Comey said he believed those themes from the Steele reporting were, quote, entirely consistent with information developed by the USIC, wholly separate and apart from the Steele reporting, close quote, as well as consistent with what, quote, our eyes and ears could also see, close quote. What your ears could see. You're FBI, people, under Comey. Continuing. After obtaining the 6 Steele reports on September 19, analysts on the Crossfire Hurricane team immediately began to evaluate the information in the reports. By the next day, they had completed a draft intelligence memorandum that summarized key points in the reports and identified actions that needed to be taken to assess the information. For example, Report 95 stated that Russian diplomatic staff in the United States were rewarding assets, also called cooperators, using the emigre pension distribution system as cover, and the intelligence memorandum described redacted. The FBI's analytical efforts also included developing various diagrams, charts, and timelines to document relationships and events pertinent to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. In order to analyze the Steele election reports, the FBI developed a spreadsheet of excerpts from the reports with analyst notes indicating the source of the excerpt and verification information, such as whether information contained in the excerpt had been corroborated. Footnote 227. The OIG was advised that the spreadsheet does not include highly classified material, and therefore its presentation of information known to the FBI about corroboration of the Steele election reporting is partial. Wait a minute. If it does not include highly classified material, then why is it partial? Am I reading that wrong? One more time. Indulge me. The OIG was advised, and that's the Office of Inspector General, the OIG was advised that the spreadsheet does not include highly classified material, and therefore its presentation of information known to the FBI about corroboration of the Steele election reporting is partial. That does not makes this sentence unreadable. Great. That's going to bug me forever. All right, that was 227. Continuing. We discuss in Chapter 6 these efforts by the FBI over time to assess the Steele election reporting. Assistant Director, also known as AD, E.W. Bill Priestap, and then Deputy Assistant Director, or DAD, Peter Strzok, told the OIG that the FBI's assessment of Steele's information was not different from the approach the FBI typically uses in evaluating spy information. They explained that the assessment involved determining the credibility of Steele, including understanding his record of furnishing reliable information, motivation, and possible biases, and verifying the information he provided through independent sources. Priestap described the FBI's approach to the reporting in the following terms. We did not ever take the information he provided at face value. We went to great lengths to try to independently verify the source's credibility, and to prove or disprove every single assertion in the dossier. We absolutely understood that the information in the so-called dossier could be inaccurate. We also understood that some parts could be true and others false. We understood that that information could be embellished or exaggerated. We also understood that the information could have been provided by the Russians as part of a disinformation campaign. Yet you presented it to the FISA court as wholly and completely verified. Not that you had reasonable questions about its veracity, who provided it, what their intent were, or their intent was. Excuse me. No, you just said, "Hey, FISA court, hey judge, you know us, the FBI. You know how much you trust us. You know how you guys basically rubber stamp every FISA application we ever put before you. Well, here's another one, and it's cool, man. It's cool. Everything in here, totally rock solid. Bang that gavel, hit that stamp, so we can get together, so we can get going on ruining a man's life. Go for it, judge." David Von Kettering puts it quite well. "Please tell us what you think we'd like to hear, FBI." Very nice. Very nice. I swear this is the best chat in the business. You guys are on top of shit. Sorry, kids. Language. Continuing. The supervisory intelligence analyst, or supervisory intel analyst, assigned to Crossfire Hurricane, told the OIG that an early focus of the FBI's analytical effort to assess Steele's reporting was trying to identify Steele's resources. According to the supervisory intel analyst, it was important to determine whether the reporting of those individuals matched their access to information. The supervisory intel analyst said that, in order to evaluate that issue and fully assess the reporting, the FBI sought assistance from other U.S. IC agencies, and that, for those of you who don't remember, that's U.S. intelligence community agencies, for example, by vetting Russian names identified in the reports. We asked the supervisory intel analyst whether the FBI sought to determine who was financing Steele's election-related research. He said that the focus of the analysts was on Russian interference in the campaign and on any connections between Russia and the Trump campaign, of which you found none. Continuing. He stated that he was aware of the potential for political influences on the reporting. He said that, because of that awareness, whether the reporting was quote-unquote opposition research that was politically motivated was not an issue that occupied his or his analysts' attention, and that further research on the issue was nearly quote-unquote immaterial. He explained that because, quote, opposition research can be true, it can be false, his focus was on vetting the reporting to determine whether its contents were accurate. And we all know how great a job you did on that. Continuing. On September 23, 2016, Case Agent 1, the lead case agent for the Carter Page investigation, emailed Handling Agent 1 to inquire about Steele. Handling Agent 1 responded, quote, "Spy has been signed up for 3 years and is reliable." They're talking about Steele here. I'll just say, Steele responds to taskings and obtains info from a network of subsources. Some of Steele's info has been corroborated when possible. Wow, there's high praise. When possible. Footnote 228. We did not find this communication in Steele's Delta file. Gee, go figure. Continuing. This outreach was followed shortly thereafter by a request to Handling Agent 1 from one of the Crossfire Hurricane Investigation Supervisors, SSA-1, to participate in a video conference call with members of the Crossfire Hurricane team on September 27. According to participants on the call, the purpose of the call was to set a meeting with Steele to discuss his reports, learn about his source network, and gain his cooperation to collect additional information in support of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Footnote 229. We found that the first time the Crossfire Hurricane team accessed Steele's Delta file was in November 2016, Why did you wait so long? That's after you cut him loose. Continuing. The supervisory intel analyst told us that the team was in contact with Handling Agent 1 beginning in September and relied on him for information about Steele. Handling Agent 1 expressed surprise that the Crossfire Hurricane team did not access Steele's Delta file earlier. He said that the team should have, quote, turned the file upside down, unquote, looking for information 2 months earlier, and that he assumed that some members of the team had thoroughly reviewed the file. I know you're tired of hearing me say this, folks, but again, there's your FBI under James Comey. We asked Strzok, who made the decision, continuing, to use Steele as a source in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. He said that McCabe and Comey were briefed on Steele's reporting and, quote-unquote, okayed the Crossfire Hurricane team's approach to use Steele in the investigation. Comey told us that he recalled being briefed about Steele, but, of course, did not have a specific recollection beyond obtaining copies of Steele's reports and learning about Steele's background, his prior record of furnishing information to the FBI, including FIFA, and his work for political entities, first Republican, then Democrat, footnote 230. As noted earlier, Steele told us that he began work for Fusion GPS on the 2016 election assignment after Fusion GPS had completed a similar Trump-related assignment for a Republican Party-connected entity. Continuing. McCabe told us that although he was sometimes present during discussions about the use of spies in Crossfire Hurricane, he left decisions about which sources to use and how to use them to the team. Remember what we read yesterday, and I believe even the day before, that the FBI did not need any Department of Justice oversight when it came to running spies, even in an election campaign, even in a presidential election campaign. They had no oversight from the DOJ whatsoever on these things. Expect that to change. But being realistic, this DOJ was so in the bag for Hillary and the Obama administration and their wants and desires that they would have rubber stamped anything that the FBI asked for if it looked like it was going to hurt Trump. Continuing. As we described below, in early October 2016, a meeting was held between members of the Crossfire Hurricane team and Steele in a European city. Unknown to the FBI at the time, Steele was working with his client, Fusion GPS, to alert selected media outlets about his reporting concerning Russian interference with the 2016 U.S. elections and allegations regarding the Trump campaign and candidate Trump. Additionally, the FBI was unaware at the time that Steele had not made available to the FBI all of the reports he prepared as of mid-September concerning Russia, footnote 231. The following are reports with select highlights that Steele did not furnish to the FBI, which range in date from July 30 to September 14, 2016. Bullet points here. First, Report 97. The Kremlin is concerned that political fallout from the DNC hacking operation is spiraling out of control. A source close to the Trump campaign confirms that the regular exchange of intelligence between the Trump team and the Kremlin had existed for at least 8 years. The Kremlin had determined not to use compromising information against Trump, given how cooperative his team had been over several years and of late. Report 105. During a secret meeting between Putin and ex-Ukrainian President Yanukovych, Yanukovych confided to Putin that he did not authorize and order substantial kickback payments to Manafort, but reassured Putin that no documentary trail was left behind. Putin and well, if it didn't happen, then why would you have... I'm sorry, I misread that. Please forgive me. I'll try that again. Yanukovych confided to Putin that he did authorize... Wow, how did I screw that up? Did authorize and order substantial kickback payments to Manafort, but reassured Putin that no... I probably read ahead and put that no up here. My mistake. that no documentary trail was left behind. Putin and Russian leadership were skeptical of the ex-president's assurances that there were no traces of the payments. Manafort's departure from the Trump campaign was attributable to Ukrainian corruption revelations as well as infighting with campaign advisors. And we all know that those corruption revelations were the Black Ledger, which were completely bogus and made up numbers. There's no way Manafort could have hidden all the cash that they were saying in that ledger that he had received from the Ukrainian oligarchs. Excuse me. Complete bogus. Now, I hadn't heard about the infighting in the campaign. I mean, that makes sense. There's always infighting. And Manafort took over late and was elevated to campaign manager pretty quickly. But damn it, he was effective. There are a number of people who say if it had been for Manafort, the way he handled the convention and then the way he handled the campaign after that, Trump might not have made it. Yeah, he's a crook. Yeah, he's in jail for tax evasion and some other bad things. Although, yeah, I think he went away far too long than he should have. But he was effective. He did a great job. Yeah, David, exactly. He was hired for his experience with conventions, and he just ran with it from there. He was a good hire. I'm sorry it gave the campaign a black eye in the long run, but short term, tactically, he was a great hire. Continuing. Report 112. The leading figures of the Alpha group of businesses led by 3 Russian oligarchs are on very good terms with Putin. Alpha held compromising information on Putin and his corrupt business activities from the 1990s. And finally, Report 113. Sources based in St. Petersburg reported that Trump has paid bribes and engaged in sexual activities in St. Petersburg, including participating in sex parties, but that witnesses had been quote-unquote silenced, i.e. bribed or coerced to disappear. I had not heard that one before. That's brand new to me. And again, I've got to get the Steele dossier read into the record here. I'll try to do it right after we're done with this. So that should put us right up against the holidays. There's a lot of stuff I missed while I've been gone, and I apologize. But I think the dossier, even though its time is basically past, it's still very important. Okay, that was yeah, it was back on the previous page. 231, 230. Come on, Hat, read. There we are. Continuing right here. As described in Chapter 6, these and other reports were provided to the FBI in November and December 2016 by journalist Senator John McCain and or McCain. When we asked Steele why he failed to provide all of his then existing reports to the FBI, he could not provide us with an explanation and said that he should have given them to the FBI at the time. There are so many holes in these people's stories. So many I don't recalls and I should have, or I don't know why I did that. It's just, wow. Wow. What a leaking ship. Section E, I should say subsection E. Steele discusses his reporting with third parties in late September 2016 and the Yahoo News article. During late September 2016, with Fusion GPS's authorization, Steele met with numerous persons outside the FBI to discuss the intelligence he had obtained as part of his paid work for Fusion GPS concerning Russian interference with the 2016 U.S. elections and allegations regarding the Trump campaign and candidate Trump. Footnote 232, kind of small writing here. This was not the first time that information included in Steele's reports concerning the Trump campaign was known to individuals outside the FBI, and we've discussed that previously. Continuing. For example, Handling Agent 1 emailed an FBI supervisor on July 28, 2016, explaining that Steele had advised him that information from reports 80 and 94, quote, may already be circulating at a internal, quote, high level, close quote, in Washington, D.C., close quote. 2 days earlier, according to a text between Carter Page and a Wall Street Journal reporter that Page has since made public, the reporter contacted Page inquiring whether Page had met with Sechin and Divyekin. The FBI also received correspondence from members of Congress in August 2016 that described information included in the Steele reports. Additionally, then Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs, Victoria Nuland, publicly stated during an interview in 2018 that Steele's election reporting was first provided to the State Department in July 2016. Again, as we've discussed previously. Let's see, that was 232. Okay, continuing here. For example, as we discussed in Chapter 9, emails exchanged between Steele and Orr show that Steele visited Washington, D.C. beginning around September 21, 2016, and met with Orr on September 23rd, at which time the two discussed multiple issues involving election-related intelligence that Steele had collected. Steele told us that during the visit he also met with an attorney from Perkins Coie, who was general counsel to the Clinton campaign. Footnote 233, Steele told us that he had a second meeting with his attorney in October 2016, and that he met with another attorney from Perkins Coie in July 2016. Excuse me. Continuing. Steele also met with journalists during his September trip to Washington, D.C. According to a filing that Steele made in 2017 in foreign litigation, and that is the libel suit that was filed by, I believe, Divyekin, actually. I should know that. I'd honestly forgotten the name of the Russian who's suing him, and if that has even been fully adjudicated yet or not. I haven't been following it. I've been busy. Let's see. According to a filing that Steele made in 2017 in foreign litigation, as I just said, at Fusion GPS's instruction, he briefed reporters from the New York Times, the Washington Post, Yahoo News, the New Yorker, and CNN. The filing states that the briefings were verbal, occurred at the end of September, and, quote, involved the disclosure of limited intelligence regarding indications of Russian interference with the U.S. election process and the possible coordination of members of Trump's campaign team and Russian government officials, close quote. Steele told us that the press briefings were taskings from his client, Fusion GPS, that his firm had to honor, and Steele has testified that Simpson attended the briefings. Footnote 234. That's it's a reference to the Simpson Senate trial at page 207, according to that. Continuing. Steele said that they were, quote, off the record, unquote, and while he made mention of the reports, Steele did not distribute them to the journalists. Steele explained that he discussed, quote-unquote, general themes from his reporting that lacked sufficient specificity to identify his sources, and that he avoided answering questions about whether he had reported his findings to authorities, footnote 235. According to a book co-authored by a Yahoo News reporter who was present for a Steele September 2016 press briefing, Steele told him at the meeting that he had provided his election reporting to the FBI and that there were, quote, people in the FBI taking this very seriously, close quote. And that is from Russian Roulette, the inside story of Putin's war on America and the election of Donald Trump. Yes, I'm sure that's a very fair, balanced, and not at all unhinged description of the 2016 campaign. I'm sure of it. Let's see, that was 235. Excuse me. We asked Steele whether he believed his participation in the press briefings was contrary to any admonishments that he had received previously from Handling Agent 1. He said that he did not recall the FBI telling him he could not talk to journalists about work that he performed on behalf of his firm's clients. According to Steele, the election reporting was a Pipeline One assignment, and therefore the FBI did not have a role in setting terms for his interactions with third parties, such as news organizations. Yeah, bullshit. If the FBI, damn it, I'm getting ahead of myself. Excuse me. If the FBI is telling you, send us everything you've got, that's tasking, in my opinion. It may be second level tasking, but you're still being told by the FBI to provide them with the information you're generating. I think that's Pipeline 2, with some spillover to Pipeline 1, or vice versa, however you want to put it. I never trust a spy, folks. Never trust a spy. At least not a British spy. Watch, one of you guys are married to a British spy and I'm screwed. Veteran? By veteran? Do we have a... Oh, you're talking to Ray. Okay, Ray. Have a very safe run to the VA, and we'll see you when you get back. David knows the VA very well. I have never been a consumer, but I have been associated with the VA. An ambulance company I worked for, we had the transport contract from Hines VA in Maywood, Illinois, just outside of Chicago on the west side. We had the transport contract for discharged VA patients, but discharged veterans, I mean, let's be honest, who needed transport back to their area and required monitoring on the way back. And I remember one trip, the longest trip we ever took, was to the east side of Indianapolis. From Maywood, Illinois, again, just outside of Chicago, to the east side of Indianapolis. It took a long time. Quick story. I can't believe I got away with this. As we were pulling up to the house, someone was in the picture window looking outside. They were actually expecting us. It was a complete coincidence, one of the two. It was a woman in her early to middle ages, and she was wearing an eye patch. And as soon as I saw it, I turned to our transportee, and I said, "Ar, Jim boy, and let me know when you're true with the parrot." He almost fell out of the ambulance. He was laughing so hard. Again, I can't believe I got away with it. I've told that story time and time again. And boy, true. I'm not spelling true. In case you don't speak pirate, I'm spelling through, or saying through. In case you didn't watch Treasure Island. Great movie. All right. Members. Let's see. Was that 234? Did I read that? Yeah. Okay. All right. Continuing. Steele said, talking about the press briefings, that they were quote unquote off the record. And while he made mention of the reports, Steele did not distribute them to the journalists. Steele explained that he discussed quote-unquote general themes from his reporting that lacked sufficient specificity to identify sources. I believe I already read this. And that he avoided answering questions about whether he had reported his findings to authorities. Footnote 235. Oh, I already did read that. I do apologize, folks. I got again, I let my interaction with the chat allow me to lose my place. My fault. Okay, contrary to the admonishments, Pipeline 1. Man, I was really far behind there. Okay, let's see. Pipeline 1 assignment. Oh, there we are. Okay, that was it. Man, I'm so stupid. All right, here we are. He, meaning Steele, said that if the FBI had tried to interfere in his assignment for Fusion GPS, he would have objected and that such an attempt would have been a quote-unquote showstopper. Steele stated that Orbis's client for the election reporting was Fusion GPS, which controlled and directed the terms for interactions with third parties. Handling Agent 1 told us that he understood why Steele would believe in September 2016 that he did not have an obligation to discuss his press contacts with him, given that 1. Steele's work resulted from a private client engagement, and 2. Handling Agent 1 told Steele on July 5 that he was not collecting his election reporting on behalf of the FBI. However, how stupid is that? Continuing. However, Handling Agent 1's view was that while it was obvious that Fusion GPS would want to publicize Steele's election information, it was not apparent that Steele would be conducting press briefings and otherwise interjecting himself into the media spotlight. Handling Agent 1 told us that he would have recommended that Steele be closed in September 2016 if he had known about the attention that Steele was attracting to himself. According to Handling Agent 1, Steele should have had the foresight to recognize this fact and the professionalism to afford Handling Agent 1 an opportunity to assess the situation. Okay, again, you've got the FBI guy saying that Steele was engaged as a CHS, or spy as we should put it. And you got Steele saying that he was only being accessed through his corporation, and that all the work he did was corporate work, not personal work for the FBI. And that he felt any remuneration was due to the corporation, not to him specifically. Of course, the thing is that all the FBI payments to Steele were made out to him, not to Orbis. So there's a lot of stupidity to go around here. Because the FBI never forced the issue. Yes, Ray, Robert Louis Stevenson, one of the great storytellers of all time. I'm sorry, David. I know. Bad hat. I know. Shame on me. Hey, Laura. All right, continuing. According to Handling Agent 1, Steele should have... No, I already read that. Let's see. Okay, here we are. However, we are unaware of any FBI admonishments that Steele violated by speaking to third parties, including the press, about work that he had done solely for his firm's clients and where he made no mention of his relationship with the FBI. Good point. Good point. Continuing. On September 23, 2016, Yahoo News published an article entitled, quote, U.S. intel officials probe ties between Trump advisor and Kremlin, close quote. The September 23 article described efforts by U.S. government intelligence agencies to determine whether Carter Page had opened communication channels with Kremlin officials. Steele told us that because his briefing with Yahoo News was quote-unquote off the record, he did not believe that he was the source for the article. Oh, give me a break. This is a spy we're talking about. That is the most immature and, how can I not know this word? I'm sorry, guys. I know I keep pausing for words. I'm old. Credulous. Immature, credulous, and... Anyway, it's something he should have known. It's something he absolutely should have known. So that is to say that just shows how disingenuous this guy is. Continuing. He, meaning Steele, stated that it was his understanding, based on discussions with Simpson, that the sourcing for the article came from within the U.S. government. Footnote 236. Yahoo News has reported that the author of the September 23rd article relied on a, quote, senior U.S. law enforcement official for information. See Yahoo News' Michael Isikoff describes crucial meeting cited in Nunes' memo. Now, what was the date on that? Yahoo News, February 2, 2018. Continuing. However, Portions of the article align with information contained in Steele's Report 94. For example, the article stated that U.S. officials had received intelligence reporting that Page had met with Igor Sechin, chairman of Rosneft, and Igor Devyakin, deputy chief in the Russian presidential administration. I'm so glad Carter was supposed to have met with guys who have easy names to pronounce. They'd like Kashguvili, or something like that over and over again. I probably would have had to rip my tongue out. Continuing. The article cited, quote, a well-placed Western intelligence source, close quote, for this information, and the article's author has confirmed that Steele contributed information for the article and that Steele was the, quote, Western intelligence source, close quote, footnote 237, that's from Russian Roulette, page 227. We asked FBI agents and analysts assigned to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation whether, following publication of the Yahoo News article, they had concerns that Steele was briefing the press about the reports that he had provided to the FBI, and they expressed varying points of view. The supervisory intel analyst told us that it was unclear to him in September 2016 whether Steele was briefing the press. This is a supervisory intel analyst, folks. I mean, I know we have the benefit of hindsight, but still. Western intelligence source, and you can't put two and two together, and you're an intel analyst? Wow. Wow. Supervisory intel analyst. Continuing. He, meaning the intel analyst, stated that because Steele was providing his reporting to Fusion GPS, the supervisory intel analyst's view at the time was that it could have been Fusion GPS or its clients who were discussing the reporting with news outlets. The supervisory attorney from the FBI Office of the General Counsel, assigned to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, or the OGC unit chief, stated that she and others assumed that Steele's clients, or others with whom the clients had shared the information, were responsible for the press stories, but that the Crossfire Hurricane team would not have been surprised if Steele's reporting was the basis for the Yahoo News article. In contrast, Case Agent 1 sent instant messages indicating his belief that Steele was the quote-unquote Western intelligence source mentioned in the Yahoo News article, and Steele was, quote, willing to sell his stuff to others, close quote, as we have discussed previously. Thank you. Continuing. Case Agent 1 told us that the Crossfire Hurricane team later assessed that Simpson or someone else who had the Steele information, rather than Steele himself, was responsible for furnishing the information to Yahoo News. However, as we described below, the team had no factual basis to support this assessment. Excuse me, just a moment. I have to make a quick adjustment. I'll be right with you. There we go. Thank you for your patience. Selling his stuff to others. Continuing, Case Agent 1 told us that the Crossfire Hurricane team later... Oh, no, I already read that. My mistake. Okay, continuing down to the last paragraph here. SSA 1 told us that his first concern was that someone from inside the FBI had disclosed information to the media. He stated that there was a, quote, paranoia with leaks, unquote, inside the FBI in light of recent problems with leaks, so I'll look at McComey and McCabe for that, and that it seemed foreign, quote unquote, that Steele, as a former agent with MI6, as it must be redacted, would be involved in such a breach. However, SSA 1's notes from a meeting on September 30 contain the following notation, quote, control issues, reports acknowledged in Yahoo News, close quote. We asked SSA 1 whether he was concerned at the time that there were control issues with Steele. He stated that he was concerned, but that he was not sure that Steele was responsible for providing information to Yahoo News. In addition, He said he was focused on Steele's discussions with the State Department about his work with the FBI, footnote 238. SSA-1 had been forwarded an email on September 30 from the State Department's Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs, indicating that senior staff there, including Assistant Secretary Newland, were aware of a planned meeting between Steele and the FBI in early October in a European city, and that FBI officials from headquarters were flying to Europe to participate in the meeting. Of course, if you haven't seen Caddyshack, you're not getting my Newland joke, and I apologize for freezing you out of my insane sense of humor. Seriously, I'm sorry. All right, that was 228. Let's see here. Why didn't I mark that? There we are, 238, excuse me. Continuing here, SSA-1 stated that an important objective of the planned meeting with Steele in early October was to obtain quote-unquote exclusivity in Steele's reporting relationship, meaning that Steele would provide his intelligence related to the election exclusively to the FBI. As we described in Chapter 5, drafts of the Carter Page FISA application stated until October 14, 2016, that Steele was responsible for the leak that led to the September 23 Yahoo News article. One of the drafts specifically stated that Steele, quote, was acting on her own volition and has since been admonished by the FBI, close quote. In contrast, the final version of the first FISA application stated, this is great, given that the information contained in the September 23rd news article generally matches the information about Page that source number 1 discovered during her research, the FBI assesses that source number 1's business associate or the law firm that hired the business associate likely provided this information to the press. The FBI also assesses that whoever gave the information to the press stated that the information was provided by a, quote, well-placed Western intelligence source, close quote. The FBI does not believe that source number 1 directly provided this information to the press. Wonderful. I'm slouching again. Thought I just fixed that. There we go. The OI attorney told us that at some point during the drafting process, the FBI assured him that Steele had not spoken with Yahoo News because the source was a quote-unquote professional. As we discuss in greater detail in Chapter 5, no one at the FBI or the National Security Division, or NSD, was able to explain to us the source of the information that resulted in or supported either the draft language that existed until October 14 or the final language regarding the Yahoo News article. Gee, go figure. Continuing. Steele told us that he did not recall the FBI ever asking him whether he was the source for the Yahoo News story. No one from the FBI recalled having asked Steele if he was the source of the Yahoo News story, and we found no documentary evidence to suggest that Steele had ever been asked this question by the FBI. As described in Chapters 7 and 8, even after receiving additional information about Steele's media contacts, the Crossfire Hurricane team did not change the language in any of the 3 renewal applications regarding the FBI's assessment of Steele's role in the September 23 article. There's another huge lie that you can chalk up to the assholes putting the FISAs together to rip Carter Page's life apart. Subsection F, the FBI's early October meeting with Steele. Handling Agent 1 told us that he took the lead in organizing the logistics for a meeting held in early October between Steele and members of the Crossfire Hurricane team in a European city. I'm sure it's London. An acting section chief from CD, also acting section chief 1, if you will, Case Agent 2, and the supervisory intel analyst attended the meeting for the Crossfire Hurricane team. Case Agent 2 had extensive experience in counterintelligence and managing spies, including previously holding a supervisory training position where he provided instruction on those topics. The supervisory intel analyst was one of the FBI's leading experts on Russia. Case Agent 2 and SSA-1 told the OIG that the FBI had several objectives for the meeting, the most important of which were learning about Steele's source network, persuading Steele to work collaboratively with the Crossfire Hurricane team in the future, and, as noted above, obtaining assurances from Steele that he would provide the intelligence that the FBI was seeking exclusively to the FBI. According to Case Agent 2, the task for him was a difficult one because he was asking Steele, an experienced intelligence professional, to reveal how he gathered intelligence. Case Agent 2 stated that he needed to be careful to avoid use of heavy-handed tactics that would cause Steele to walk out. We were also told by Case Agent 2 that the team's primary objectives for the meeting came from discussions he had with Strzok and SSA-1. Strzok said that he discussed the goals of the early October meeting with the team and recalled attending meetings where taskings for Steele were discussed in anticipation of the meeting. However, Strzok said he was not involved in developing the taskings and left that effort to the Crossfire Hurricane team. Excuse me. Here we go. Continuing. He also stated that he was not asked to authorize the team's taskings for Steele. SSA-1 said that the team had specific objectives for the early October meeting with Steele and that he provided guidance to the team before they left, but he did not recall his specific instructions. Shouldn't they have been written down? Continuing. SSA-1 stated that he trusted Case Agent 2, Acting Section Chief 1, and the Supervisory Intel Analyst to do their job when meeting with Steele. The meeting was set for early October. According to Handling Agent 1, Steele contacted him 3 days prior to the meeting and advised Handling Agent 1 that Steele had previously shared the reports he had given to the FBI with then State Department official Jonathan Weiner. Handling Agent 1 said that Steele also informed him that Weiner was aware of the upcoming FBI meeting in October. Handling Agent 1 stated that the Crossfire Hurricane team arrived in the European city, again London, the day before the meeting and that he conferred with them about Steele, footnote 239. After reviewing this report, the Supervisory Intel Analyst told us that he believed that the Crossfire Hurricane team arrived in London the morning of the meeting with Steele. Continuing. Handling Agent 1 said that he recalled providing advice to the team to ask Steele, quote, anything and everything, don't hold back, unquote. Handling Agent 1 also remembered that at least one member of the team asked Handling Agent 1 if Steele had said anything about the Yahoo News article. Handling Agent 1 said that he responded, quote unquote, no, and that he was not familiar with the article in question. Handling Agent 1 also recalled the team discussing that the State Department was aware of the Steele reporting and that the team would need to discuss that with Steele, footnote 240. According to Case Agent 2's written summary of the meeting with Steele in early October, Steele discussed to the participants that he was furnishing information to the State Department, quote, to ensure that the information was reaching the proper elements of the U.S. government, close quote. Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't to ensure circular reporting at all. I'm sure Simpson had nothing to do with that. Continuing. Handling Agent 1 told us that he advised the team that Steele had contacted Jonathan Weiner at the State Department. Case Agent 2 said that Handling Agent 1 did not mention to him that Steele had possible connections to Russian Oligarch 1 and that he would have wanted to know that information because it could have indicated that Steele was being used in a Russian, quote, controlled operation, unquote, to influence perceptions, i.e., a disinformation campaign. Handling Agent 1 did not recall if he told the Crossfire Hurricane team about Steele's connection to Russian Oligarch 1. However, he said he did inform the team that Steele collected intelligence on Russian oligarchs and had tried to arrange meetings between the FBI and Russian oligarchs. Yeah, way to leave out the big stuff. The day of the meeting, continuing, Handling Agent 1 met with Steele prior to introducing him to the Crossfire Hurricane team and explained to Steele that he would be asked questions about his source network. Handling Agent 1 said that he encouraged Steele to be forthcoming with the Crossfire Hurricane team. Handling Agent 1 told the OIG that he attended the meetings, but that Case Agent 2 did the majority of the talking for the FBI, with the Supervisory Intel Analyst asking questions primarily about the source network. The meeting lasted approximately 2.5 to 3 hours. according to the supervisory intel analyst. According to Case Agent 2's written summary of the meeting, Case Agent 2 provided Steele with a quote-unquote general overview of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, which included a description of events involving Papadopoulos and the Friendly Foreign Government Information, or FFG, that furnished the predication for the investigation. Case Agent 2's written summary also states that Case Agent 2 informed Steele that Papadopoulos' actions had resulted in a, quote, small analytical effort, unquote, that had expanded to include Manafort, Flynn, and Carter Page. A small analytical effort? Bye, Iron Slippers. Be well. God bless and Godspeed. Okay, seriously. How in the hell can you refer to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation as of early October being a small analytical effort? They had spies on these people, for crying out loud. That's as intrusive as it gets. Man. Continuing, Case Agent 2 told the OIG that he informed Steele that the FBI was interested in obtaining information in quote-unquote 3 buckets. According to Case Agent 2's written summary of the meeting, as well as the supervisory intel analyst notes, these 3 buckets were: 1. Additional intelligence reporting on specific named individuals, such as Page or General Flynn, involved in facilitating the Trump campaign Russian relationship, footnote 241. The written summary used code names to identify Page and Flynn. Continuing, number 2, physical evidence of specific individuals involved in facilitating the Trump campaign Russian relationship, such as emails, photos, ledgers, memorandums, etc. And 3, any individuals or subsources who Steele could identify who could serve as cooperating witnesses to assist in identifying persons involved in the Trump campaign Russia relationship. Case Agent 2's written summary of the meeting also indicates that Case Agent 2 explained that the FBI was willing to compensate Steele, quote-unquote, significantly for information concerning the 3 buckets, and that Steele would be paid $15,000 for his trip to London for the early October meeting. If he had to make a trip, then it wouldn't have been in London, would it? I've had it wrong the whole time. They're meeting in a neutral city, I guess. Interesting. Okay, I got that wrong. My mistake, guys. Sorry. Unlike the FBI, though, I will admit to my mistakes. All right, that's footnote 243. As we discussed below, after the FBI learned in November that Steele had disclosed information to Mother Jones in late October 2016, the FBI declined to make this payment. Nothing like reneging on your deal. Continuing. Case Agent 2 told the OIG that Steele sat throughout the meeting with his arms folded, and he could tell from Steele's body language that he was, quote, going to be difficult to handle, unquote. According to Case Agent 2, Steele was not, quote-unquote, excited to hear what information the FBI was hoping to obtain, and Case Agent 2's notes indicate that Steele was, quote-unquote, caught off guard with the tasking request. Case Agent 2 stated that Steele was focused instead during the meeting on candidate Trump, and recalled that Steele responded to the 3 buckets by stating, quote, maybe I can go back to the hotel in Russia and get the manager for you to meet to talk about the prostitutes being there, close quote. Wow. Someone needs to get a hold of that manager because it didn't happen. You have no true information that it happened. It was bar talk. It was a joke. That's a proven fact. Your subsource 1 told the FBI that specifically. Continuing. Notes taken by Case Agent 2 and the supervisory intel analyst show that Steele provided some information during the meeting about his source network and furnished several other names that could be of interest to the FBI. For example, Steele's primary source or primary subsource, footnote 244, redacted. The notes further reflect that Steele described some of Person 1's reporting, but caveated this information by establishing that Person 1 is a quote-unquote boaster and quote-unquote egotist, and quote may engage in some embellishment, close quote. As described in chapters 5 and 8, the FBI did not provide this description of Person 1 to NSD's Office of Intelligence, or OI, for inclusion in the Carter Page FISA applications, despite relying on Person 1's information to establish probable cause in the applications. The supervisory intel analyst notes also indicate that Steele explained that the information he obtained about Carter Page resulted from research he had been retained to conduct related to a litigation matter concerning debts allegedly owed by Paul Manafort, footnote 245. At the time, according to FBI records that we reviewed, Manafort was involved in litigation with Russian oligarch 1, and Steele had a relationship with one or more of the attorneys representing Russian oligarch 1. In his interview with the OIG, Steele denied that his reporting on Carter Page resulted from work he performed on Russian oligarch 1's behalf. Steele described it as quote-unquote ridiculous, and he claimed that Russian oligarch 1 was involved in his reporting or influenced it. Yeah. Next page. Lastly, Steele provided the name of a Russian national who he said may have connections with a Russian energy company, and who Steele claimed may be acting as Carter Page's possible handler, quote-unquote, for Russian intelligence. As noted in Chapter 3, Carter Page previously had a relationship with another U.S. government agency, that being the CIA, for those of you who are paying attention, close quote, continuing. Page had provided that agency with information on the same Russian national that Steele reported was Page's possible handler. According to an assistant legal ALET 2, Steele's allegations about the Russian national were investigated, but no information was uncovered to substantiate the allegations, footnote 246. Steele also reiterated some of the information in his election reporting, identified other U.S. persons that he believed may be involved in or have knowledge of Russia and Trump connections. Additionally, he told the FBI that he was personal friends with a Trump family member, and that the FBI may become aware of email communications concerning their friendship. Steele stated that he could not see the Trump family member being involved in any nefarious activities concerning the Trump-Russia matter. It would be wonderful to know whom he is referring to. Yep, got my flu shot a couple months ago. I mean, I'm not worried about my catching the flu, although every time I get an upper respiratory infection, I get a deep case of bronchitis, a very bad case of bronchitis. So if I can avoid it, great. But I get a flu shot to protect the elderly around me, especially my mother-in-law. If I can reduce my susceptibility or infectious period with a flu shot to protect them, then it's worth it. I know Stick Sex and Hammer 666 is very much against flu shots. Godspeed to him. I disagree. Oops, sorry about that. I didn't mean to clank the microphone. There I am talking about sticks, and there's a clank. Don't tell him I stole his bit. All right, that was, let's see. Which one was that? Already. That was 246. Okay, here we go. We were told by the Crossfire Hurricane team members that Steele refrained from providing the level of detail about his source network that the FBI had hoped to obtain. Steele told the team members that he did not want to identify his sources because he was concerned about their safety and security. He explained that he was redacted, primary subsource, and that due to leaks, his source network was quote-unquote drying up. According to Case Agent 2, Steele complained to the FBI during the meeting about these leaks. Dude, you're the one who's doing them. We were also told by Case Agent 2 that Steele did not discuss information about the identity of Fusion GPS's client, a law firm which was funding Steele's work due to a confidentiality agreement that prevented him from sharing that information. Footnote 247. On October 14, 2016, Case Agent 2 wrote in an email to SSA 1, Case Agent 1, the Intel Section Chief, and Strzok, among others, stating that Handling Agent 1 did not believe Steele knew the identity of the Fusion GPS client which was responsible for funding Steele's work. As we described in Section 2B above, Steele told Handling Agent 1 in July that he did not know the precise identity of the client. However, it is unclear whether Handling Agent 1 subsequently asked Steele whether he had acquired that information. Handling Agent 1 told us that he did not, quote-unquote, continually ask Steele about the firm's identity after his meeting with Steele on July 5, 2016. Yeah, heaven forbid you would know that in order to have an idea of his impartiality. Heaven forbid. Continuing. We asked Steele what he told the FBI during the meeting about his client. He said that his notes from the meeting, which he told us he prepared 2 days after the meeting and are dated that day, were the best source for that information. We reviewed Steele's notes, which show that Steele stated during the meeting that Simpson was a quote-unquote intermediary and that Simpson had been retained, quote, by, quote, people seeking to prevent Trump becoming president, close quote. The notes did not reflect that any additional information had been provided by Steele during the meeting regarding the identity of Fusion GPS's client. Steele told us the FBI did not press him to identify Fusion GPS's client. During the meeting, Case Agent 2 said he advised Steele of the need to establish an exclusive reporting relationship with the FBI concerning the information that he was tasked to collect. Case Agent 2 drafted an EC following the early October meeting that was serialized into the Crossfire Hurricane case file and described the FBI request for exclusivity. And here's an internal quote.
I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny
Oh, cut that off early. Sorry, guys. Turn up my monitor here so I can hear myself. Okay. Of course, we lost our page, and I am trying to get it back because I did not mark down where we were. I had no reason to suspect that we were going to lose power. No, not yet. I think I'm still a chapter behind. Or ahead, I should say. No. This is ridiculous. Okay, I think that's chapter 5. Okay, we're in chapter 4. Let's see here. Scroll. See if I can get to a... Here we are. Okay. FBI's early October meeting with Steele. Let me blow it up so you guys can see what the hell I'm doing. All right. So we're getting close. Yeah, the power just cut out. It surprised the hell out of me. We hardly ever lose power here. We're on the same circuit as a nursing home slash not retirement community. It's a freaking nursing home. And so whenever the power goes out, the cross circuit, they're the first one to go online. They're a primary source or primary circuit. So since we're on the same circuit, we come back up right away too. On your tiptoe skull cram on top of your house there in the Aleutians. I almost couldn't remember that. The Aleutians. That was a little hard to get out. All right, let's see here. We're getting close. Drying up. Reporting relationship. 3 buckets. Okay, here we are. I believe we all right, we're going to start here on the last full paragraph on page 111. That gets us pretty close. Yeah, I may be covering a bit of previously treaded ground, but it'll at least give us a context for what's coming. All right, here we go. And again, thank you all. Sorry so much for the interruption. I do apologize. Thank God we were able to get back. Continuing. We were also told by Case Agent 2 that Steele did not disclose information about the identity of Fusion GPS's client, a law firm which was funding Steele's work due to a confidentiality agreement that prevented him from sharing that information. Footnote 247. No, we already did that. I remember that footnote. We'll continue. We asked Steele what he told the FBI during the meeting about his client. Okay, notes. I remember that. All right. The notes come down a little bit. The notes did not reflect that any additional information had been provided by Steele during the meeting regarding the identity of Fusion GPS's client. Steele told us that the FBI did not press him to identify Fusion GPS's client. During the meeting, Case Agent 2 said he advised Steele of the need to establish an exclusive reporting relationship with the FBI concerning the information he was being tasked to collect. The Case Agent 2 drafted an electronic communication, EC, following the early October meeting that was serialized into the Crossfire Hurricane case file and described the FBI request for exclusivity. I'm quoting. The CHS was admonished that if the spy was admonished that if the spy and FBI were going to have a reporting relationship regarding specific items of interest to the Crossfire Hurricane team, i.e., Manafort and Manafort and Page, that the spy must have an exclusive reporting relationship with the FBI rather than providing that information to the clients that hired the spy's firm to provide reporting on Trump and Manafort. Recollections of the Crossfire Hurricane team members who attended the meeting varied about Steele's response to this request. All except all agreed that Steele did not affirmatively disagree with it. Handling Agent 1 told us that Steele was told at the meeting, quote, "You do not talk to anybody else, including anybody else in the United States government," close quote, about information Steele collected for the 3 buckets, and that Steele agreed. Handling Agent 1 said that Steele left him with the impression that he would assist the FBI following the meeting and would abide by the FBI's instruction on exclusivity, and that he, quote, "did not buy for 1 second," close quote, the notion that Steele was not a spy at this time with an obligation to follow FBI instructions. The supervisory intel analyst said he could not recall Steele's response, but said that by the end of the meeting he was left with the impression that Steele would abide by the FBI's request. For crying out loud, folks, this is something that has to be nailed down. This is important. And you're just, oh my God. Oh my God. They don't care. They just don't care. They're playing it by ear the whole time. Just flying by the seat of their dirty little pants. Okay, this is the supervisory intel analyst still talking. He further stated that if Steele had rejected the FBI's request, it would have been documented. Case Agent 2 said that Steele never committed to share information regarding the 3 buckets exclusively with the FBI. According to Case Agent 2, Steele's response instead was that he would consider ways to help the FBI. Steele told us that the FBI indicated at the meeting in early October that the FBI wanted to take over the quote-unquote election project and control it, alternatively describing the FBI's actions as an attempt to get Steele to convert a Pipeline 1 project into a Pipeline 2 project. Steele recalled that, in response, he made it clear that that was not going to happen because he was obligated to his client and was, quote, not dumping the client, close quote, in favor of the FBI. He stated, however, that he wanted to be as helpful to the FBI as he could. According to Steele, the FBI accepted his position, though they requested that he not share his election intelligence with other U.S. government agencies or with third-party clients, other than the client that retained him initially. Steele said he did not know whether he agreed to this request and pointed out that his notes from the meeting do not reflect his response. Footnote 248. The notes that Steele made available to the OIG to review, which Steele told us he prepared 2 days after the meeting, were consistent with his testimony to the OIG. Well, at least he's consistent on one case. That's 248. Continuing. We asked whether he would have recorded a response in the notes if he had rejected the request. He responded yes, and said the lack of a response in his notes suggested he did not agree or disagree. We asked Handling Agent 1 and members of the Crossfire Hurricane team whether it was realistic for the FBI to expect that Steele would abide by the FBI's request, given that his consulting firm had been retained by a paying client to perform this work. Handling Agent 1 told us that he thought it was realistic because Steele, quote, was now being offered compensation to go forward from the United States government, close quote. Acting Section Chief 1 said he was not sure at the time how realistic the request was because he did not know how many clients Steele had, though he quote-unquote rationalized that given Steele's intelligence background, his business probably, quote, was wide to a lot of audiences, close quote, and he could afford to have an exclusive reporting relationship with the FBI on certain issues. We also asked the FBI team members who attended whether there was any discussion during the meeting about the September 23 Yahoo News article. Case Agent 2 told the OIG that he could not remember asking Steele about the Yahoo News article during the meeting and that he was more focused on getting Steele to quote-unquote play ball. The supervisory intel analyst also said he did not recall Steele being asked whether he was a source of the Yahoo News article. Handling Agent 1 stated that he could not recall if the article was raised during the meeting with Steele. According to Steele, he did not recall any discussion of the media during the early October meeting, and none was reflected in his notes. Steele further told us that if the issue of the media had been raised, he would have recorded it in his notes, given that he already had met with media groups in September. Continuing. According to the Crossfire Hurricane team members, the outcome of the early October meeting was less than desired. Case Agent 2 said he could not recall Steele agreeing to anything during the meeting. Both Case Agent 2 and the supervisory intel analyst told the OIG that, although Steele continued to provide written reports to Handling Agent 1 after the meeting, Steele did not provide information specifically addressing the three buckets. Footnote 249, as we described below, Steele did provide some limited information in mid-October 2016 concerning Carter Page. Well, of course he did. Continuing, Case Agent 2 also expressed skepticism after the meeting as to whether Steele would abide by the FBI's request for exclusivity in his reporting. In response to an inquiry in mid-October from the OI attorney, who was drafting the first Carter Page FISA application, about whether Steele was refraining from providing information to Simpson that was relevant to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, Case Agent 2 responded in an email that, quote, "We need to be realistic about that." Case Agent 2 wrote, "We made a good faith effort and admonished the spy at the early October meeting that any further information that he developed in regard to our subjects, Page, Manafort, Papadopoulos, General Flynn, should be exclusively provided to the FBI for further evaluation. Whether or not that happens remains to be seen." Way to run your CHSs, guys. Continuing. Handling Agent 1 told us that after the early October meeting, Steele failed to abide by the FBI's instructions when he continued to meet with the media and the State Department about issues over which the FBI had sought to establish an exclusive reporting relationship at the early October meeting. And of course, they wanted an exclusive reporting relationship because they were running this insane headquarters special, and they couldn't afford to have anyone else know what they were up to, because there's a chance that some person with an actual backbone and respect for the Constitution would have shut it down. But they couldn't afford for that to happen. So, there you go. Continuing. Handling Agent 1 told us that after the early October meeting, I'm sorry, I already read that. Let me back down a little bit. Here we are. According to Handling Agent 1, while Steele appeared to follow the directions of Fusion GPS, he did not treat his other client, the FBI, fairly. According to Handling Agent 1, if Steele, quote, had been straight with the FBI, close quote, he would not have been closed as a spy. Handling Agent 1 added that it, quote unquote, blew his mind, unquote. Sorry. Yeah, you know what I mean. That given Steele's intelligence background, Steele was meeting with the press and taking actions that endangered the safety of those in his source network, something that Steele had bitched about during his early October meeting, if I remember correctly. Continuing. Case Agent 2 told the OIG that he thought it was, quote-unquote, terrible for Steele to complain to the FBI about leaks during the early October meeting, given that he had been meeting with media outlets in September and had provided information that was used in the Yahoo News article. Well, the CIA knew this stuff ahead of time, too. Yeah, I mean, Brennan briefed the Gang of Eight in something like July or August of 2016, and then tells Congress that he didn't know anything about the dossier until December. I wouldn't like him to lie. Continuing. Let's see. Provided information that was used in the Yahoo News article. According to Case Agent 2, in hindsight, quote, clearly he wasn't truthful with us. Clearly, close quote. We asked Steele whether during the early October meeting he lied or otherwise misled the FBI. He responded no, and that he did not believe he ever lied to the FBI. Subsection G. FBI disclosures to Steele during the early October meeting. In addition to inquiring about Steele's conduct at the early October meeting, we also asked whether the Crossfire Hurricane team members provided too much information to Steele during the meeting, including classified information. According to Case Agent 2's written summary of the meeting, Case Agent 2 provided Steele with a quote-unquote general overview of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, which included a description of events involving Papadopoulos and the friendly foreign government, which furnished the predication for the investigation. Of course, FFG refers to Alexander Downer, the High Commissioner from Australia to Great Britain, meaning their chief diplomat or ambassador, if you prefer. The in the sack for Hillary, liar and cheater. I mean, you don't get to be the ambassador to Great Britain without greasing a few palms and making a international criminal fund happy. Sorry. Really got off on a tangent there. Continuing. Case Agent 2's written summary also states that Case Agent 2 informed Steele that Papadopoulos' actions had resulted in a, quote, small analytical effort, unquote, that had expanded to include Manafort, General Flynn, and Page. Footnote 250. The relevant text from Case Agent 2's summary reads, and here's a quote, the spy was then given a general overview of the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation and told that it was a small cell that was exploring a small piece of the overall problem of Russian interference in the U.S. electoral process. Dude, that's all you were doing. You didn't do jack about anything else. And then Obama says, "Hey, you can't question the results of an election before even one vote has been cast." And as soon as the election's over, oh my God, the Russians did it. The Russians did it, even though we did nothing to stop them. Jeez. Continuing in the with the quote in Case Agent 2 in the footnote. Spy was advised that the CH team was made aware of Papadopoulos' May 2016 comments in the UK in late July by Alexander Downer, and that Papadopoulos had predicated a small analytical effort that eventually expanded to include Manafort, General Flynn, and Page. CHS advised that he was not aware of Papadopoulos. Is that the end of that? Let me go down here. Yeah, that's the end of that. Okay. Was that 250? All right, continuing. FBI attendees at the meeting confirmed that Case Agent 2 led the discussion on these points, though Case Agent 2 told us that his written summary does not present the actual words he used in his explanations to Steele. The contents of both the quote-unquote analytical effort and the friendly foreign government's notice to the U.S. government are classified. Of course they are. Handling Agent 1 told the OIG that he agreed it was peculiar that Case Agent 2, Durham's going to get to the bottom of that, Case Agent 2 gave Steele an overview of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, including providing names of persons related to the investigation. As an example, Handling Agent 1 explained that during the FIFA investigation, he never informed Steele that the FBI was investigating FIFA. The supervisory intel analyst told the OIG that he was concerned that Case Agent 2 had divulged too much information to Steele, and that he notified his superior about his concern upon returning to Washington, D.C. The supervisory intel analyst stated that he was concerned that Case Agent 2 had shared names as well as information related to the FFG information, footnote 251. Steele informed Simpson about the content of the discussions during the early October meeting including that the FBI had information from quote, an internal Trump campaign source, close quote, that corroborated Steele's reporting, according to Simpson's testimony to the Senate Judiciary Committee. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, Picasso knows his back. Excuse me just a second. And we're back. She's got to heat up my tea for me. All right. Let's see. That was 251. Right up here at the top. Continuing. Case Agent 2 said that he believed he had authority from CD to discuss classified information with Steele, though he agreed that in the, quote, heat of the moment, close quote, he made a mistake and provided more information than he should have provided about the role of the FFG. He explained that his disclosure resulted from trying in good faith to accomplish the mission, close quote. Again, folks, you're FBI. Comey's FBI. A bunch of idiots. Continuing. He stated that he remembered telling Steele that the FBI was investigating possible Russian penetrations of the Trump campaign, but did not recall, of course you didn't, telling Steele that Papadopoulos, Manafort, General Flynn, and Page were being investigated by the FBI. Rather, he recalled asking for information about those persons in light of press coverage that they had received. Steele told us that he did not believe the Crossfire Hurricane team members told him whether there was an open investigation on those persons. Case Agent 2 further stated that there was no effort on his part to conceal what he had said to Steele from his supervisors. After the meeting concluded, Case Agent 2 circulated a written summary of the meeting that included a description of the information he provided to Steele. Acting Section Chief 1 also attended the meeting in the European city and did not object at the time or afterwards to Case Agent 2's conduct. Well, of course he didn't. That would mean he knew what he was doing. Continuing. We asked Case Agent 2's supervisors, Strzok and Priestap, two unimpeachable sources, continuing, about the information that the Crossfire Hurricane team communicated to Steele and whether Case Agent 2 had been authorized to disclose classified information during the early October meeting, footnote 252. FBI security staff told us that the Assistant Director for CD can authorize the disclosure of classified information. We found that the spy policy, CHSPG, does not address the disclosure of sensitive or classified information to spies, and that the FBI has not otherwise developed guidance on the issue. Again, another huge hole in the FBI's directives and policies. I understand that Ray said there were 40 action items that he was hitting after this report came out. Of course, one has to wonder why this report had to point those things out to him in the first place. But I suppose better dumb than never. Thank you. Hot. Holy shit. Hot. Yeah, give me some ice. Picasso knows tried to burn my tongue off. Actually, she did. Ow. That hurts. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. That's not important. Yeah, okay. Me three. Damn, look at the steam coming out of that.
I poured it from here into there, so I didn't get a chance.
All right, enough said. Let's get back to where we were. Not developed guidance. That was the end of footnote 252. Continuing. Priestap said that he did not recall being briefed beforehand about what information the team intended to convey to Steele. He explained, however, that given Steele's background in intelligence work, it was necessary to provide him with sufficient contextual information to understand the taskings. Priestap also said that there is an art, quote unquote, to deciding how much information to convey to a spy so that the spy can be effective without divulging the sensitive details of an investigation. Strzok stated that he did not recall authorizing Case Agent 2 to disclose the specific information presented in Case Agent 2's written summary, though Strzok said he recalled general discussions with the Crossfire Hurricane team members who were meeting with Steele about how much information to share with Steele. Strzok explained that, quote, "You provide as much information as needed to give effective direction and as little as possible to compartment and protect what we're doing," close quote. After reading Case Agent 2's written summary of the information he presented to Steele, both Priestap and Strzok said that it appeared that Case Agent 2 provided more information than was necessary to Steele. You remember, we were reading earlier that Steele would take information that he gleaned from the FBI and the DOJ and the State Department, etc., and feed that information back to clients. So again, he's pure double agent in the true sense of the word. And so the FBI telling him about Crossfire Hurricane, and especially Alexander Downer, I would have loved to have known who that got back to. Continuing. Subsection H. Steele's reporting to the FBI following the early October meeting and continuing media contacts. Steele continued to furnish the FBI with written reports following the early October meeting. Handling Agent 1 told us that he became a quote-unquote middleman between Steele and the Crossfire Hurricane team and forwarded Steele's reports to the team. According to Handling Agent 1's records, during October 2016, Steele communicated with him 4 times and provided 7 written reports, one of which concerned Carter Page, and thus was responsive to the FBI's request for information concerning Page's activities, footnote 253. Holy shit. Strap in, folks. 253. These 7 reports with selected highlights were: first, Report 130, Putin and his colleagues were surprised and disappointed that leaks of Clinton emails had not had a greater impact on the campaign. A stream of hacked Clinton material had been injected by the Kremlin into compliant Western media outlets like WikiLeaks, and the stream would continue until the election. Second one is completely redacted. Next, Report 134, a close associate of Rosneft President Sechin confirmed a secret meeting with Carter Page in July. Sechin was keen to have sanctions on the company lifted and offered up to a 19% stake in return. And we've discussed that previously. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars here offered to Carter Page for an attempt to influence the Trump administration's views on sanctions against Rosneft. Seriously. Does that strike anyone as a little over the top? My God. But they bought it. The FBI bought it hook, line, and sinker. Report 135. Trump attorney Michael Cohen was heavily engaged in a cover-up and damage control in an attempt to prevent the full details of Trump's relationship with Russia being exposed. The last guy in the world you would want handling that. Continuing. Cohen had met secretly with several Russian presidential administration legal department officials. Immediate issues were efforts to contain further scandals involving Manafort's commercial and political role in Russia, Ukraine, and to limit damage from the exposure of Carter Page's secret meetings with Russian leadership figures in Moscow the previous month. Again, all lies. Report 136. Kremlin Insider reports that Cohen's secret meetings with Kremlin officials in August 2016 were held in Prague. We all know how incredibly ridiculous that is. And who was it that said they used cell phone tower records to show that Cohen was at least in the Czech Republic at that time? Not manatee. What is that? Damn it. It's like McAfee. Laura says we've been over the top for almost 3 years. You're right. You're right. It's so hard to keep the timeline together in your mind because it's so utterly mind-boggling. For me, I have to chop it up into pieces. Otherwise, I just shut down. I have to think of it as Crossfire Hurricane, then the Mueller report, or the Mueller investigation accumulating in the Mueller report. Then let's see what followed that. There was an interim between Mueller and the impeachment right now. I can't think of it, but there was a little break there where they tried something that blew up in their face real quickly. I think it was another Al Green impeachment vote that went nowhere. That was it. Yeah, it was an Al Green impeachment vote that went nowhere. Um, that's what it was. So if I don't break those up in my brain and try to discuss them separately, I can't function. It's too much. It's too much. The fact that our president, that Donald J. Trump, has been able to manage to not only survive but to thrive in this atmosphere is beyond amazing. Other people have said this before me, but it's got to be said again. I don't think there is anybody aside from him who could handle this kind of pressure from the outside, from both the Democratic Party and the news media, although I repeat myself. I just don't see how anyone else could have managed. And then to have gotten done all that he has achieved in this time period is just mind-boggling. Just mind-boggling. I mean, I was alive for Reagan. I remember the Reagan administration. I remember how great things were. And I mean, he took over from Carter, and things were just disgusting. But look what he did, and look what Trump has done after Obama. I kid about ATE and BTE. BTE, as far as the Obama administration is concerned, that really doesn't exist. None of that is still here, except that much of the Affordable Care Act, and that's almost gone. There we go. There we go. John Hartman says we need a big board like Glenn Beck. Real quickly, and then I'll get back to the footnote. Did any of you see the Glenn Beck specials on Ukraine? Those were amazing. I hadn't seen Glenn Beck in years, absolute years, since he was on Fox. And of course, I had a bad taste in my mouth regarding him for obvious reasons. But he's come around. And that was a masterful, masterful description of what had happened. I learned so much, and I thought I was pretty up on Ukraine. I really did. He blew me out of the water with the stuff he literally illustrated during that talk. I know a lot of people were disappointed when Beck bought CRTV, but it's thriving. It really is. I know they lost subscribers, but it's coming back big time. So good on you. Good on you. All right, let's see. So let's see, where was I? Held in Prague, redacted. Okay, so that's all of that. That was easier than I thought. Continuing. On October 19, 2016, Steele also forwarded to Handling Agent 1 a report that Steele said he had obtained from State Department official Jonathan Weiner. Official Jonathan Weiner, period. Steele included a notation on the report explaining that Weiner had been given the report by a friend of a well-known Clinton supporter, probably what's his name? The hack. Sidney Blumenthal. Yeah. Continuing, and that the friend had obtained the report from a Turkish businessman with strong ties to Russia, including the Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation, also known as the FSB. Footnote 254. According to open source reporting, the FSB serves as Russia's domestic intelligence and security service that retains a broad mission of counterintelligence, counterterrorism, cyber defense, border security, and economic security, in addition to overseeing Russia's vast technical monitoring system known as SORM, or SORM. Continuing. That report included numerous allegations attributed to an FSB source, including that one, a quote, pervasive and sophisticated, unquote, intelligence operation. It's quoted twice. Oh, I see. There's an internal quote. A pervasive and sophisticated intelligence operation was focused in part on Trump and was a quote unquote open secret in Putin's government. 2. Sex videos existed of Trump. Tom Arnold, we're waiting. Wakey, wakey. Put the crack pipe down. Get to it. Now YouTube's going to take me off, not just for being non-commercially viable, because I'm beating up on Tom Arnold. Oh, real quickly, I keep forgetting to make a video about this, but I have activated my DLive account. It is ready to go. I think I told you I've done a practice quick upload to it, and it worked fine. So if we are cut off, DLive is open. I doubt YouTube is going to be able to close. I have 3 accounts. I doubt YouTube is going to be able to close all of them on the same day. So when I lose this one, we know it's going to be gone. We know. When I lose this one, I will post a notice that DLive will be open, and we'll meet there. So again, get a hold of DLive, DLive.com or DLiveTV.com. You can find it and look me up. Again, the channel name is AHNC, and the link to the channel is in the description of the last 3 or 4 videos, so it's easy to find. Please be prepared. And again, if there's another streaming service that becomes available, like BitChute, then I'll jump to that as well. I would prefer to be on BitChute than DLive. There is the new Dave Rubin service. I have not looked into it yet. I know nothing about it. I don't even know if you can do live streams on it. But I will let you know if I find out any more and see if we can land there. I believe you have to have subscribers, actually pay monthly to watch your videos. That's their revenue stream. That is a deal breaker. I know you guys don't have the kind of money to throw around that even a small monthly subscription would require, and I'm not going to force that upon you. So, I mean, I've turned off the ads on these videos for a reason. So, I'll try to avoid that. If that's a requirement, it's a deal breaker. DLive is free, so we've got that. Anyway, that's an update and a warning, because again, we know this channel is going away. It's just a matter of when. But I don't want to lose any of you in the transfer, that's for sure. I don't want to lose one of you. All right, let's see. 2, sex videos existed of Trump. We've covered that. And 3, the FSB funneled payments to Trump through an Azerbaijani family. According to Steele's notation to the report, Steele did not have a way to verify the sources or the information, but noted that even though the reporting originated from a different source network, some of it was, quote-unquote, remarkably similar to Steele's reporting, especially with regard to the alleged 2013 Ritz-Carlton incident involving Trump and prostitutes, Trump's compromise by the FSB, and the Kremlin's funding of the Trump campaign by way of the Azerbaijani family. The supervisory intel analyst characterized the report as, quote, yet another report that would need to be evaluated, close quote. In addition to continuing to provide reporting to the FBI, Steele also was, unbeknownst to the FBI at the time, continuing his outreach to the media concerning alleged contacts between the Trump campaign and the Russian government. According to information from the foreign litigation noted above, Steele returned to Washington, D.C. in mid-October and provided additional briefings to the New York Times, the Washington Post, and Yahoo News. We asked Steele why he did not advise the FBI of his engagements with the media. Damn it, I'm projecting again. I gotta back off. Excuse me. He, meaning Steele, stated that he did not alert the FBI because the media briefings were part of his contract with Fusion GPS and were set up and attended by Simpson. As noted above, Steele did not believe that the FBI had raised the issue of media contacts with him at the early October meeting, and his contemporaneous notes from that meeting do not mention the issue. Further, Steele met on October 11 at the State Department with Weiner and Deputy Assistant Secretary Kathleen Kavalik, who was a deputy to then Assistant Secretary Victoria Newland. Steele told us that Weiner had originally contacted him to request that he meet with Newland. I won't do it again. Who ultimately did not attend. Footnote 255. Steele told us that he was delayed from the airport and arrived late for the meeting, by which time Newland had departed. Let's see. Here we are. Notes of the meeting taken by State Department staff reflect that Steele addressed a wide array of topics during the meeting, including derogatory information on Trump, Manafort's role as a go-between with the campaign and Kremlin, the role of Alfa Bank, one of Russia's largest privately owned banks, as a conduit for secret communications between Manafort and the Kremlin, which was probably the first thing of the Steele reporting that was debunked by the FBI, and debunked quite quickly, because it is insane to think that just normal pass-through traffic between two servers connected to the internet is illicit communications, is hilarious. Now, of course, TYT, otherwise known as the Young Turks, otherwise known as the Blithering Idiots, Cenk Uygur, the head of this nefarious organization, leaned heavily on this conspiracy theory about Alfa Bank and the Trump servers, to the point where I think when it was knocked out from under him, he fell over and broke his skull on the floor. But you wouldn't know it from his reporting, changing it all from one point to the other. Continuing, Manafort's debts to the Russians, Carter Page's meeting with Sechin, again a complete falsehood, and let's see, the Russian embassy's management of a network of Russian emigres in the United States who carry out hacking and recruiting operations, and last one, the Russian cyber penetration of the DNC, which we know to be a complete and utter lie. Footnote 256. Much of the information presented by Steele at the State Department briefing can be found in reports 130 and 132, both of which Steele provided to the FBI in October. Continuing. The notes also indicate that Steele explained that the information his firm collected on the connection between Trump and Russia came from redacted. According to the notes, Steele stated that redacted. The notes also state that Steele's firm had redacted. Thanks, Horowitz. We asked Kavalik about the meeting with Steele. She stated that Newland did not ask to meet with Steele and that Newland requested she attend the meeting because Newland did not want to devote time to it. Newland has some brains. It was Kavalik's understanding that Steele sought the meeting with Newland as part of a wider effort to disseminate his election report findings to persons in Washington, D.C. Again, no bias with this guy whatsoever that he wanted Trump taken down. The FBI was absolutely correct that there was little to no election bias from Steele at all. It was obvious how impartial he was. Continuing, she stated that during the meeting, Steele expressed frustration that the FBI had not acted on his reporting, and explained that when he first offered information to the FBI, he found a lack of interest. Kavalik told us that shortly after the meeting with Steele, she encountered the FBI's liaison to the State Department and mentioned the meeting to him. According to Kavalek, she explained to the liaison that she was willing to be interviewed by the FBI regarding her meeting with Steele, though Steele had informed her that he had already been in contact with the FBI to share his reporting. The FBI liaison told us that Kavalek also informed him that a particular piece of information in Steele's reporting appeared to be incorrect. She explained to the FBI liaison that Russia did not have a consulate in Miami, as indicated by Steele's reporting, which claimed that a cyber hacking operation was being run in part out of the Russian consulate in Miami, footnote 257. Kavalek's typed notes from Steele's October 11, 2016 briefing stated that Steele told her that a Russian cyber hacking operation targeting the 2016 U.S. elections was making payments to involved persons from, quote, the Russian consulate in Miami, close quote. Steele's election report 95 contained similar but not fully consistent information. Report 95 did not explicitly state that there was a Russian consulate in Miami. Instead, Report 95 stated that Russian consular officials and diplomatic staff in Miami were making payments in order to facilitate a secret exchange of intelligence between first persons affiliated with Trump and the Russian government. Okay. Continuing. The FBI liaison informed SSA-1 and Case Agent 1 via email on November 18 that Kavalek had met with Steele. She had taken notes of their meeting. The liaison could obtain information from Kavalek about the meeting, and, according to Kavalek, the information from Steele's reporting about a Russian consulate being located in Miami was inaccurate, footnote 258. After reviewing a portion of our draft report and his November 18, 2016 email to SSA-1 and Case Agent 1, the FBI liaison told us that he believes that he first learned about Kavalek's meeting with Steele on or about November 18, 2016. Continuing. The FBI liaison told us that he received no directives from the Crossfire Hurricane team to gather information from Kavalek regarding her contact with Steele. In anticipation of an FBI interview, Kavalek said she prepared a typewritten summary of the meeting within 1 to 2 weeks after talking with the liaison. The typed summary began by noting that Steele said at the meeting that he had undertaken the investigation, quote, at the behest of an institution he declined to identify that had been hacked, close quote. Excuse me. Thank you. You notice I haven't had to blow my nose today. 24-hour Claritin, folks. Gotta love it. Okay. David, nose plugs, very good. David, I have a very disgusting idea on how you could get a hot Chinese girlfriend. It involves hanging out at docks and knocking on shipping containers, but I won't go any farther than that. But anyway, continuing. That really blew my mind. That caught me by surprise. We'll go here. In anticipation of an FBI interview, Kavalek said she prepared a typewritten summary of the meeting within 1 to 2 weeks after talking with the liaison. The typed summary began by noting that Steele had said at the meeting that there we go, that had been hacked. I got it now. Okay, there we go. The summary also noted that Steele told the attendees that, quote, the quote, institution is keen to see this information come to light prior to November 8, close quote. However, the FBI did not interview Kavalek, nor did they seek her notes. Of course not. Of course not. Why would they do that? Why would the FBI want to know everything they could about their source? Very happy to hear that, David. Very happy to hear that. Continuing. 2 days after the meeting with Steele, Kavalik emailed an FBI CD section chief a document that Kavalik received from Weiner discussing allegations about a linkage between Alpha Bank and the Trump campaign, a topic that was discussed at the October 11 meeting. Footnote 259. It's a big one. Steele separately wrote in Report 112, dated September 14, 2016, that Alpha Bank allegedly had close ties to Putin. The Crossfire Hurricane team received Report 112 on or about November 6, 2016, from a Mother Jones journalist through then FBI General Counsel James Baker. Additionally, Orr advised the FBI on November 21, 2016, according to an FBI 302, that Steele had told Orr that the Alpha Bank server was a link to the Trump campaign and that Person One's Russia-American organization in the U.S. had used the Alpha Bank server 2 weeks prior. Steele told us that the information about Alpha Bank was not generated by Orbis. The FBI investigated whether there were cyberlinks between the Trump organization and Alpha Bank, but had concluded by early February 2017 that there were no such links. I thought they had figured that out by January. My mistake. Could have sworn they knew that before then. Anyway, the supervisory intel analyst told us that he factored the Alpha Bank Trump server allegations into his assessment of Steele's reporting. Continuing. Kavalik advised the FBI section chief in the email that the information related to an investigation that Steele's firm had been conducting. The section chief forwarded the document to SSA-1 the same day. We asked Steele why he did not inform the FBI of the meeting at the State Department and why he did not abide by the FBI's request for exclusivity. He said he did not think it was appropriate to turn down a meeting request from an Assistant Secretary of State, which he said he received on short notice. He also stated that, at the time he received the meeting request, the meeting agenda was unclear and he was uncertain what topics he would be asked to discuss. Right. Continuing. He said it was his understanding that the FBI did not object to his discussing general themes with other agencies, as opposed to quote-unquote details about his intelligence and source network. Handling Agent 1 told us that he believes Steele should have alerted him to both his media contacts in September and October and his meeting with State Department staff in October. As noted above, the Crossfire Hurricane team first learned of Steele's October meeting with the State Department from the FBI liaison on November 18, by which date the FBI had already closed Steele as a CHS or spy because of his Mother Jones disclosure, which we discussed in Chapter 6. Handling Agent 1 explained that Steele should have recognized the need to provide this notice to the FBI, especially given the discussions that took place with the Crossfire Hurricane team in early October. In the next chapter, we describe the first Carter Page FISA application filed on October 21, 2016, which relied significantly on Steele's reporting. And that, folks, is the end of Chapter 4. We did it. We did it. 20 after 6, real time, 20 after 5, local, Central Time, local time. You know what? This chapter was a lot quicker to get through because there were fewer oh my God moments. I think Wednesday was our best day for oh my God moments, except for maybe the executive summary on Monday. But I thought Wednesday was a really great day for all of us. Yesterday was okay, kind of boring, but today, pretty straightforward. Not a lot there, but a lot of good information nonetheless. We got filled in through it with a lot of holes, or we filled in a lot of holes. So Chapter 5, this is going to be a big one. Chapter 5 is going to be huge because, again, first application for FISA authority on Carter Page. It may take us 2 days to get through Chapter 5, to be honest. I'm not kidding. It may. We'll have to see. Here's the thing, though. Monday, we will not have live stream. I have a memorial service to go to. It starts in the morning, and there are people who have flown in from Hawaii for this service. So I'm not going to be able to just duck in and duck out. I'm going to be there all day. Because after the service, we're going to get together at the family home and chat. So, and Picasso has to go to Chicago with her mom. We're going to be split up for most of the day. So no stream Monday. I see no reason that Tuesday will be affected at all, or any other time during the week, except what day is the 20th? I have my dental appointment on the 20th. That's Friday, isn't it? Let me look at the calendar here. Yeah, next Friday in the afternoon, I believe it's at 1. I have an appointment to get that new bridge put in. I may try to push it back to a day where I can get an earlier time, because 1 o'clock really screws us up. It basically ruins the day. Can really hardly get anything done, because if the appointment's at 1, I wouldn't be able to get here no earlier than 2 Central, 3 Eastern, real time. So I'm going to try to push that back maybe to the 23rd. I've got that day open. The 24th, I will not be broadcasting, nor the 25th, obviously. We're going to take those 2 days off, and then if I have anything left to do, we'll pick it up again on Thursday, the 26th. I don't see any need for that. I pretty much think that we're going to be able to take off from the 23rd through maybe the 6th of January. Let everybody get together with their friends coming home from college and things like that. That looks like a pretty good break. But anyway, thank you, Laura. Yeah, it happened some time ago, a couple months ago, but the family from Hawaii couldn't just pull up stakes and jump here. They had to wait for a flight they could afford, and then also the deceased is a vet, so we had to coordinate with the local VFW for an honor guard and a burial at the VA cemetery out in the county. So lots to do. Days off, who approved that? Thank you, Skull Cram. You're right. So anyway, there you have it. Yeah, well, and being poor sucks being in Hawaii too, because I think some of you have a very good idea of how expensive it is to live on an island where basically everything has to be imported except tropical fruit. So we will pat ourselves on the back, folks. Great job. I will tell you, there's a very good feature on this new live streaming panel that YouTube has put together, and that is, I think you've heard me say before that there are 2 steps in order to get a stream live, as opposed to the old one where there was just 1 step, which was when your software connected to the YouTube server, you went live. Now you can see here at the very upper right hand of the screen, there is a big red button that says End Stream. When your data first hits the server and becomes synced up, that button lights up blue and it says Go Live. When we lost the power, normally we would have lost the connection to YouTube, but we kept it. I think you all noticed that we kept it. Even though there was no data coming from OBS, the stream part of the software did not turn off. So the video, as it uploads to YouTube, is going to be one piece. There's going to be a 7-minute break because of all the time it took us to get back up, but it's still one piece, which means I don't have to stitch it together, and it all uploads to BitChute without my having to create a brand new piece. Very good, Skullcram. Very good. Yep. Very smart investment. Tell you, man, you know what you're doing as a skilled laborer, plumber, carpenter, electrician? Um, the world's your oyster. Once you get past your apprenticeship, holy moly! I know so many people, or HVAC too, especially HVAC. I know so many people who started out on the bottom, just doing day labor basically for these companies, and now they own their own businesses, and they uh, they have anywhere from 3 to 10 trucks. You know, they're doing great. It's amazing. Yeah, owner operator, exactly. Oh yeah, trucking. But trucking's a tricky business though because it's so easy to lose the job. Um, if you make a couple mistakes that may not even be your fault. Let's say you're running a hot day and you lose 5 tires, which a friend of mine did once. He wasn't running hot. He wasn't running overweight. It was just an extremely horrible day in St. Louis, and he lost 5 tires at once. Luckily, he didn't lose the truck. He was able to get it over to the side. He's a hell of a driver, but he was down for hours. So he lost a lot of money. Yeah, contract over the road. Yep, I used to want to do that actually. When I was a teenager, that was my dream job. Was to be an owner operator. And had the truck picked out. A friend of mine was going to go into business with me. I'd drive at night. He'd drive during the day. I'm sorry, backwards. I'd drive during the day. He'd drive at night. And we had everything ready to go. And then my first year in college, I started playing a lot of backgammon, and it turned out that after about 2 hours sitting in a chair, of course my classes were only about 50 minutes, so I didn't know this. But after 2 hours sitting in a chair, I lost all feeling in my legs, and that probably would have made it really difficult to drive a truck. So I had to give that up. Post office contract. Well, that's what kept the railroads going for decades was post office contracts. And then the post office pulled the rug out from under the railroads and dumped the mail onto the airlines. And a huge source of revenue for the railroads was suddenly gone, just like that, gone. So the great passenger lines that the railroads all carried, like the 20th Century Limited or the Broadway Limited, things like that, that were loss leaders, but were held. The railroad was making so much money on post office contracts that they could afford to provide luxury passenger service. When the post office money went away, all those routes dried up rather quickly. I think it took like 6 to 8 years for all of them to be gone, and they were threadbare before they went away. I mean, the cars weren't maintained anymore. The staff wasn't there anymore. The amenities weren't there anymore. It was very difficult. But when we lost all of those routes, remember some of these were keeping small towns alive. They were connecting one small town to another small town with a fairly large town in between, something like that. When those routes dried up, places were cut off, just cut off. And some of them had really, really relied on the railroad for income. So that's where Amtrak came in what, 73, 77? I think it was 74, 73. Because there had to be some rail routes for these towns to stay alive. And Amtrak is maybe a third of what the routes used to be, maybe a half, maybe half. But and it loses money hand over fist. But it's all we got. Without that, there'd be chaos in some areas of the country. All right, guys, I'm gonna let you go. Sorry to keep babbling. Oh, Santa Fe, yeah, what Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe. Now it's who is it now? Santa Fe and I should know this. Not Burlington. Can't think of it. I should know this. Anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go. So, Tuesday, 11 a.m. Central, noon real time. We'll start on Chapter 5 of the Horowitz FISA report, and we will get together as always. So thank all of you in the chat. Too numerous to name today, but it's wonderful to have you here. Picasso knows and I are very grateful for your continued attendance. As I always say, you guys make this channel complete. I really appreciate it. So until Tuesday morning or noon your time, let's see, who's in the Maritimes again? I forgot all of a sudden. Yeah, Burlington. Yeah, Burlington, Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe. Yep. So we'll get together, and God bless. Let me do it right. Be well. God bless. Happy trails. I'll see you Tuesday. Bye bye.
I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny